in the room and 49 of them have your phone number, it's not cool to put your phone number up for that 50th person.
Like, you don't put other people on blast like that. When they tell you something, you keep it between you and them, right? Like, you don't take the confidence they showed you and then shit on it.
Yeah. I don't give a shit what the legal definition of doxing is. I don't give a shit what the Oxford definition of doxing is. What I give a shit about is, are you a fucking decent human being? Are you gonna do the right thing? Or are you gonna make excuses for why it's okay to do the wrong thing? Because that tells me a lot about your character and a lot about who you are. You know, it is just a fucking app. And I would say that 99.9% of the time, when people dox other people, they relatively don't experience any real life consequences from it. But you know what? It's unsettling. It's harassment. And it's just fucking vile. It tells me who you are.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, did you remember yesterday how I was a little worried yesterday, like how everything went down. I was like, oh God, do I have to fight? Do I have to defend myself? And then I checked my character and I was like, you know what? People have every right to feel how they want to feel. People have every right to do what they want to do. How I react is what's going to change the entire situation. So if I come in the room screaming, yelling, kicking my feet, freaking out, it's not going to do any good. And I feel like people don't have that discernment, girl, or they're just like, I just won't react. You know, they just want to react. They're so hungry for, hey.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And serendipity, man, you couldn't have said it better. Like, if I tried to do the same freaking thing, and everybody twisted it and wanted to think that good people only was some, like, holier than thou. No, it was the complete fucking opposite. By the time I started that well, at the time it was a club, it became a house. When I started it, I was at my wit's end. I was scrolling down my hallway, and if it wasn't something misogynistic, it was something anti-Semitic. It was something Christian hate, or it was something, super, if you could hate somebody for something, if you could dox somebody for something, it was in a clickbait, stupid freaking title in the damn hallway, and I was so sick and tired of seeing. I was like, listen, bring me your trash. Come on in here. If you are so beside yourself that you think that it's okay to interrupt people on stage and say your filth and spew your garbage because you've got whatever little clout you've got, then come on in here and do it in here. I want you to. I dare you to. Because I'm going to make sure that if only me, and it turned out to be a lot of good people. There are good people like you, Serendipity Pockets. There are Hillary, and there was a few other, like I pinged in here. There are a few. There are few and far between. They're not disingenuous fucking assholes on this app. But if not, I'm looking for the few soldiers, the male or female, Republican or Democrat, Christian or Muslim, gay or straight. I don't care what the fuck you identify as. Just don't be an asshole. Just be a good person. Just try to do a little better today than you did yesterday. That's all it is. Treat people like you want to be treated. Sorry, thank you. It's what I'm passionate about.
Yes, we're word vomiting and regurgitating our frustration slippers from the other 500,000 rooms that have occurred in the last 8 days, because the answer to the question is, it doesn't matter what the legal definition of doxing is. It doesn't matter what the Oxford definition of doxing is. It doesn't matter the level to which you shared somebody's personal private information. Just fucking don't. Act like a damn decent human being and don't do it. Don't stoop to that level. End of story.
It's weird. It's very weird. No, you're good. This is Adams, by the way.
Okay, Adams.
Hey, what's up? I'm now Slippers. Yes.
Okay,
hello.
sorry. I just did it, y'all. I got it. I just did it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're good. Here's my thing. I feel like they're all hypocrites, and I feel like they should just stop talking about this. I'm really concerned for their mental health and some of them their salvation, and they sound very unwell. I woke up, went into work, okay, and they were bitching about this shit, okay? I have maybe 2.5 hours left of my workday, and they are still bitching about this shit. Like this is sick. It's sick, and I don't know why anybody thinks on either side that they're of any moral authority to be speaking on and dragging the people that they're dragging. It's very, very, very fucking weird. So I don't know what type of delusion, these people have sunk it into, but everything that they're accusing the other of doing, they have done to other people.
Yes, that's exactly my point. Like, I don't need 100 definitions from 100 different people about what doxing is or is not. I just know as a human being, Adams, if I had your full name, your address, and your phone number, and we became enemies tomorrow, that would never go anywhere because it's just a shitty thing to do. It makes me look shitty. It can hurt you. It makes me look like a shitty person. There's just absolutely no other explanation for it. I just mentioned, I got like 60 people from Clubhouse's phone number in my phone. Some of them I'm still friends with, and some of them I never talk to anymore. But you know what? I'd never give that information from my phone to anybody else because it's just not a fucking decent thing to do.
I don't understand serendipity. You're one of the few people literally left on this app that I think, and it's sad because like I compare it to people in real life. I wonder if people are really, is it me or are there really people that just don't think about it like you? I don't care if, look, I'm a Christian. Guess what? I sin. Christians sin. That's a fact. And any Christian that wants to say that they're so holy that, oh my God, did you hear what serendipity said? Did you hear what she did in that room though? Yeah, she said that. Who gives a shit? Like, stop acting like you are so much better of your faith or of your sex or of your political affiliation. You're not that great. You're not that special. You will make mistakes. And so just keep your own side of the sidewalk clean and stop doxing people. It's that freaking simple. Be a decent human being. If you can't, then fucking hide yourself away from the rest of society so we don't have to deal with you being an asshole. Stop being an asshole. Sorry. Ugh.
No, it's okay. I felt the same way. Like I said, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that you need to spend 6 hours exploring what the definition of doxing means. Is it not common sense to most ordinary, normal people that when you're privy to something personal or private about somebody, you should keep it private? Like, this is a common sense thing. It's just a common sense thing. You just don't do it. And I don't understand why we have to have room after room, day after day, rehashing the same sentiments and getting 5,000 different definitions for what it means and what it is and what it isn't, and justifying our actions. Like, it's just not necessary. You wouldn't have to justify your actions if you weren't doing shitty things. Just stop. I don't know. I think it's common sense.
My grandfather used to have a saying. It was follow the golden rule. More than anything, that's what it boils down to. People treating other people the way they would be irate if they were treated themselves.
I am really biting my tongue right now with you, Marshall, because it's not that this is a room to hash things out, but I have literally watched you mod abuse. You have mod abuse.
This is not the fucking room.
Okay.
This is
no,
not
it is.
the fucking
It is okay.
No.
Stop being holier than thou. Stop trying to act as though that you're
Okay, hold on.
Guess what? It is not okay.
Hold on, we're not going to bring drama into this room from other rooms. We're not going to bring drama. We're not going to bring drama into this room from other rooms. If you and Marshall need to have a little wavy wave and talk your stuff out, you're more than welcome to do that. And John, just so you know, I'm not complaining about, I'm not stirring the dogs. I'm trying to settle the dogs. The answer is simple. Just be a fucking decent human being. I'm not looking for definitions of what does it mean. Did they do it? Didn't they do it? Who did it? Who's responsible? Who was worse? I don't care. Cut it out. Just cut it out.
But wait a minute, serendipity, does that mean I have to be a decent fucking human being when people are watching and when people aren't watching?
I mean, we should all try.
But you'd be surprised that in Clubhouse, as long as somebody else is there on stage and can hear you, and the replays are on, and it's like, oh, that wonderful thing that so and so said. Well, by God, it'll be like music. Huh? It's like the sweetest, holiest angel just comes out of their mouth. But when it's behind closed doors, or I don't know, in back channel messages that can be reread and reread, then you sit there and read the garbage crap that they're spouting out, and it's like, where was this guy? Where was this girl when they were, holier than thou mod in whatever room that they were doxing everybody else in, or they were mod abusing everybody in? That to me is bullshit.
And I just want to say, hold on a second, John, as someone who donated to your campaign, bro, I think I got a right to say something with this. As someone who donated, this is not a complaint. We're just talking, just the same way that you talk about taxes and all your problems and donate to this. Yeah, John, like we're just talking, bro. Same reason y'all congressmen talk for years about the same bill that never gets taxed. So we're doing the same thing right now. We're just talking.
Can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Pockets.
Yeah.
Can you please stop calling this man Congressman? Okay, we don't need to be feeding these delusions. Like, this is crazy.
Oh, I think he's running for Congress, but he's definitely not a congressman yet.
Yeah, right. So the term for somebody running for Congress is running for Congress. It's not Congress.
And the proper political terminology.
He's the gentleman from Chicago.
Is candidate for Congress.
Wait, please say that again.
Okay, listen, bro. If we do semantics so much, I'm gonna have to get the word semantics literally tabled on my fucking.
To sit here and criticize John.
I gotta get that shit tattooed on my forehead right now, bro, and learn how to spell it. At this point, the word semantics.
All right. Okay. Since everybody's quick to criticize, and I know Slippers wants to right now, that I'm trying to use the right term, even though Slippers is my friend, I want to say it the right way. So if we're since it is this reoccurring topic, one more time, Marshall, so that we all just say it right. He's got enough accounts, he can make one call to
The
this.
proper terminology is candidate for Congress.
Okay, can I gotta remind people, because I know y'all really like to talk and get excited, and just to remind you, please don't interrupt. Thank you.
So,
I do it alone.
as it relates to his campaign, Marshall, he is not a candidate for Congress. He's a candidate for the loony bin.
You know, Adams, you can continue to libel and slander me, project all you want, come out of your trunk.
There's not a jury in this country that wouldn't hear you on air, okay, and think that you're sane.
In the now,
you are absolutely
you can't bring up drama from older rooms, so feel free to overtalk me and not give me any space to say what I want to say. But go ahead, Slippers, finish.
Well, we know that you're not going to be over-talking to anybody in Congress anytime soon.
So
Yeah, well, we're about to go to Rockford and Peoria and get 700 signatures to get on that ballot with $600 from Clubhouse. So thank you, Clubhouse. Thank you, everyone, especially Pockets, our newest campaign contributor. Thank you very much, Bob.
Yeah, Mom lives in Flippers. My whole family lives in that city. Like, it means something to me. And I don't know. I know you're not in that state or even that city, but there is a guy on our app right now. Whether or not you consider him to be running for anything political or Congress or not, that's actually doing the damn thing.
Okay.
So until you can tell me that you're going to be doing for my family in the city that my family lives in, I'm sorry, dude, please. You keep your personal feelings to yourself. He's actually doing the damn thing.
Dr. Adams, in case Slippers is a very unprofessional individual.
Wait, we're gonna
John
get
Kitover will not be yelling over anyone in Congress. Facts.
Go ahead, complain all you want, Moose. You're a liberal Democrat cup.
You're a freak who's pretending to run for Congress with 25 different.
Oh, I'm not pretending, you Democrat.
Tell all your voters
actually running for Congress, and we're actually going to be on the market.
Tell all your voters that you built
Thank you very little, and I hope you have their knowledge. We'll all be used in campaigns.
Yeah, let's hear him out, Mojo. So Moose, what is it that he's going to have to, quote unquote, tell all of, even my mother, let's say my aunt, my brother, my sister-in-law, all of these very close family members that could or could not vote for him, may may or may not vote for him. What is it that they're going to have to, he'll have to explain to them that he's been espousing about a stupid fucking Clubhouse app? Please tell me that's what you're about to say.
It's the principle of somebody running for Congress.
Shh. Moose is going to answer now, okay?
Yeah, Frank, I'll have another martini. It's the principle, Kitty. Like, it's just, like, it's the behavior of a college 19-year-old, not someone who's running for Congress. Like, I mean, hey, I get it. I'm not saying he's breaking the law. Let's be clear on that. Clubhouse has clearly created the incubator for this kind of festering behavior to happen. So I don't put that on him. That's on Clubhouse. But to spend hours and hours on this versus spending hours and hours and effort into his campaign, I just think it's very odd behavior. I don't know if I vote for someone who is going around people without their knowledge. Again, it's a public app. He's not bugging people's homes. I'm not implying that. But the behavior, Kitty, is very unbecoming of a Congressman.
Your behavior.
Wait. Moderator speaking. Hold on a minute. While Moose, I accept some validity in your opinion. I would say that I think it's far less crazy for John to do the social experiment of trying to at least get himself on the ballot and get some public visibility on the issues that are important to him. And that's at least a little more productive than spending hours and hours and hours on this app trying to define doxing and get 500,000 opinions on what doxing is. I mean, we can't do, hold on. We can't do, pot, kettle, black, like this entire subsection of Clubhouse has spent the last 8 days in rooms, hours upon hours upon hours defining what is doxing, just amplifying redoxing. I mean, you've got 15 people wearing PTRs that they shouldn't be wearing, which is crazier. I mean, yeah, maybe you don't approve of it.
I agree, Serendipity. I agree.
Yeah.
None of those people are running for
Listen,
Congress.
you use Clubhouse the way you
Neither is John.
Clubhouse. I will use Clubhouse the way I will.
Wait, can we just give her a second to I want to hear what Moose has to say, because that to me is important. It really matters to me. What the hell people are actually investing that much fucking time if you're on a stupid Facebook, Clubhouse, whatever app. And if John's sitting there talking about what policies that align with him politically, and they happen to align with not only me, but the people in the actual city that he's running for it, that is important to me and to my family.
And when I was over there and did the other mods, I did come in kind of hot. No disrespect to you.
Moose, my time.
It is
Moose, my time, if you don't mind. I will say this as somebody who's done this for 10 years. John, you're not as serious as you think you are. I'm being real. You're taking some steps, and I applaud that. Good for putting your name on the ballot. But if you're really serious about this, you need to get far more serious than you actually are. And it means that what it means is you can't spend most of your time on Clubhouse. You got to spend 3 hours a day on Clubhouse, and the rest of your time talking to people, going to meetings, doing the things that's going to build your brand and network. Otherwise, you're going to be perpetually online.
Okay, and to that, I also want to say, even though we don't see eye to eye religiously, I'm going to pray for you incessant in prayer that what hard work you're doing now doesn't fall on deaf ears, and that if there's anything that I can do from knocking door to door, my ass is on my way to Illinois to help you. So I think that what you're doing is far more than just the blah, 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 talking crap, even though it might be nice sentiment that someone like Marshall, who's just a diehard Republican, is saying. You're actually doing the damn thing. I respect you for it, and I'll pray for you for it.
Kitty, the criticism I made of John was not that I didn't applaud him for trying to put his name on a ballot.
Correct.
It was that he's not serious enough.
Okay, he's not serious enough, but he's doing more than you are
If he was
doing.
serious enough, he would have.
Marshall, he's doing more than you're doing. Think about this. You've self-proclaimed you've done this for 10 years, have you not?
To be
Marshall,
Let's give him a second. I can't hear him.
Give him a second. Kitty, by the way, I don't think, were you still in the Matrix?
Yeah, give him a second. Hey, Marshall, I can't hear you.
Marshall, you're in the matrix.
When I pray, I don't try to say that I got a red line to Jesus.
Hold on.
Jesus
Hold
just
on,
took you
hold on.
Matrix. That was a joke.
Hold on. Marshall, you're in the matrix. I'm going to open it up to anybody else that.
I just wanted to say real quick, while he's on the Matrix, so Kitty, I don't know if you're in a room where John and Mojo held a room where, unbeknownst to the applicants that he found on Craigslist, yes, at some point in the interview that he broadcasted for the entire room, he didn't let these applicants know that he's interviewing. He's like, hey, by the way, I'm going to interview you, and it's going to be on a public audio app. He didn't say that at the beginning, so he told him a few minutes into it, and of course, the poor guy, feeling awkward, wasn't going to be like, okay, yeah, I guess that's cool. Kitty, does that sound like normal behavior? What is the need to interview people, applicants, on a public app?
That's illegal. MG, isn't that illegal?
No, it's not.
That doesn't violate employment laws by doing that? Broadcasting an interview?
Can I answer the question that was directed to me? Moose asked an honest question. Okay, so to that, Moose, I would say, is it the right thing to do morally? No. Could he have done better? Sure. But is it illegal? No, it's not. Two, if you look at the terms and agreement, and I'm saying if you get down to the fine print of YouTube, Instagram, Clubhouse, they have certain things that if put out there and it's well known that you're putting it out there, whether that person signs off for it or not, you've been recorded and you know that you're getting recorded. I mean, like, if they took the call, if they answered the questions, then unfortunately, is it right?
You're missing the point. They weren't on Clubhouse. They weren't on Clubhouse, Kitty. They were on the telephone. They were on the telephone.
That sounds like a hostile working environment to me.
They didn't agree to any terms and conditions. And even without the legalities.
Right.
Even without the legalities, Kitty, your first 2 points. Is it the right thing to do? You even said no.
I hate to interrupt, but serendipity, MG Hakima, I just want to let you know that this complaint room has become a candidate Congressman John Kitover struggle session. So I want to thank all the strugglers out there who are still struggling. God bless you, and may you overcome your struggles.
And for those that want to
Don't
vote for him,
project
I can
Moose,
let
you
you know.
liberal Democrat cock and slippers over
That's
there.
not interrupting.
Dr. Adams. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your struggle session.
Margaret
Keep
Taylor
struggling.
Greene.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Hold on a minute.
It was going to be great to give a commercial for John real quick. So
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Kitty, hold on a minute. Please, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to those of you that have just recently come in the room. This has been a little bit rowdier than we typically do, but I hear people are missing Mojo and the fireworks. And I mean, I even have a male mod up here just for Matt Cool. Where is he? Did he leave already?
Please, God, let it be Matt.
Oh, poor Matt.
I'll get him back in there.
Kitty, I'm not done. I hear that it's offensive for women to mod a space and to not have some male representation. So can we all just give a bow to Hakima? He is stage. He does not have a vagina. And he is representing as part of the mod squad.
No, it's not about vagina.
Also, I just want to point out that Hakima is one of my number one campaign contributors. Thank you, Hakima.
But all that to say, this room originated simply because I'm just a little bit frustrated about 15 hours a day for 7 or 8 days in a row having to define the definition of doxing and continuing to propagate and repeat the doxing when I don't really care how it's defined. I think that if you share personal information, I don't give a shit if they shared it 3 days ago. You share personal information that somebody that is not your own, you're a shitty person. And I'm going to remember it. I'm going to remember that you're not trustworthy. And I don't understand why we have to define whether it's right or wrong or make excuses for our behavior. To do wrong. Well, so-and-so did this to me, so by God, I'm going to do this to them. Like, just be a fucking decent human being. Like, everybody is watching you, hours after hours after hours. They're all watching you. And at the end of the day, all that your behavior tells me is that you're just a shitty person. And you're not somebody I'm ever going to trust. So, like, it's time to get over it. It's time to move on. Like, stop perpetuating it. Stop continuing to espouse people's personal information and continuing to make it public fodder. Like, stop giving it gas. And I don't know. I'm just over the regurgitation of it.
And I need you to do like that entire spiel. I need you to do that in the beginning of Good People Only, like that inflection and everything. Like, I need that to be like the only thing that's recorded for Good People Only. Also, is Matt Liberty the same thing as Matt Cool? Because I did message Matt.
No, Matt Liberty is not cool.
Sorry, Mr. Liberty. I was about to beg
Wait, I hate to interrupt you, but I just put in the chat. For the record, I didn't dox personally. I reported Brad to the legal authority.
Yeah, we don't want to hear it. I mean, John, I felt with you.
That's not fair.
I did not remove him. No.
Who removed him?
I know.
I'm moving down to the
I did. It was me.
He was just moved down.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to. We don't want to feed into that. Who's talking? It's confusing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm explaining.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Because I did that. That was like the second time or third, I can't remember, but he has interrupted many times, and we're not doing that. Thank you for.
Okay. Well, I interrupt a lot, and I didn't interrupt now. But I will say this much: whether or not it's something that you're
Wait a minute. Kitty, I love you, and I love your energy, but MG was in the middle of saying something.
I'm sorry, MG. I'm sorry.
Kitty, no worries. I'll be quick. I mean, we already took care of it. I was just going to say, I'm not interested in whatever drama, Brad, whatever this shit is. We don't want to hear it. Please don't start.
Please do not bring Frank up.
Yeah, don't bring Frank up. We don't care. God bless Brad, whatever's going on. We don't want any parts of it.
Oh no, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
If you put
everybody in the room, whatever that bullshit is, please don't bring it on stage. We don't want any parts of it. I hope I'm very clear. So.
Zero doxing. If you dox it, you're a shitty person. Getting put down.
MG, Giga, last night, son. Hey,
What?
no, this internal language you say mean MG.
That's your Texas A&M thing, sorry. Get off my...
Sure. Hi.
Dr. Mitch, you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to say. Oh my God.
Messaging me, and I'm gonna give him the link to this room.
You guys, I think it's a great time to read the rules of In the Muff, just so that everybody's clear. And then I'm going to hand the mic back to Dr. Mitch, who I handed the mic to in the first place. But let's have a really quick review. This house and the rooms in the chat are for entertainment purposes, often imitated, never duplicated. We are the original trademark In the Muff, John. The rules include, number 1, no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief, do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word and the K-word are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth. And no speaking while eating. Assume that all rooms are being streamed. Paul and the Clubhouse team have taken away the mod's ability to remove people that do this when they introduced the Anon feature. So there you have it, folks. Dr. Mitch, would you please go ahead with what you wanted to say?
I would love to. I feel like I'm in the courtroom on my cousin. Now, listen, what a gift it is to have so many women up here moderating and running this room. And I think the guys get a little intimidated and they start freaking out. It's really a gift. I appreciate you. Please keep doing it. I appreciate your perspective. I think it's just some people are just entertained by creating chaos. Again, I want to remind everybody, the world is challenging, and there are a lot of forces against us, and we have to do what we can to be positive for our families and our communities, and we shouldn't be arguing with each other. We got enough going on, so please be nice to each other. Thank you.
You know, you bring up a really good point too, because you don't know what somebody on the other end of this phone is experiencing in their real life. You don't know if they've lost loved ones. You don't know if they've lost their job. You don't know what their situation is that they may be dealing with on the other side. And people are really quick to not give grace. And, you know, we should be better about doing.
Don't forget, maybe not only they lost their job, lost their loved ones, maybe lost their mind.
There's that too. Marshall, did you want to say something?
Can I be heard, or am I coming through poorly?
No, yes, we can hear you now.
No, okay.
I just couldn't hear you because you're in the matrix.
So like one of the first things the campaign does is, aside from trying to get on the ballot, they set up an initial group of funders, not just crowdfunded, but people who can pitch in for things like ballot fees. One of the other first things they do is get a campaign website, right? Because believe it or not, people in campaigns will go register your name on the internet as their website.
Yeah, I heard him talk about this. Yeah, I already heard him talk about this. Okay.
Yeah. Kitty, I was talking to the room, not specifically you.
Yeah, but you're pointing out things that you don't even know what he's
Kitty,
talking about.
don't interrupt.
I actually know what I was pointing out is some of the first stuff people want to establish. One of the other things you're going to want to do is name a treasurer, right? One of the other things you're going to want to do is start knocking doors yourself. And as somebody who's knocked a lot of doors in this last campaign cycle, Kitty, I knocked 6,000 of them. No offense, John, but I don't have a feeling you're anywhere near 6,000. No offense meant, but Kitty did challenge my abilities. So in one campaign cycle, that was the amount of work I did. Imagine doing something like that along with managing a campaign for the last decade. Like that's the kind of work I have done, and I've done it for 10 years. So when I say he's not as serious as he could be, it's not a personal criticism. It is a campaign criticism, and one that is intended if he is really genuinely interested in running for office, to hear that and go, maybe I'd be a little bit more serious, right?
Right. Okay. I can see that. Let's be positive about education. So let's look at it this way. While we're on the same vein as Marshall and we're trying to be positive about this and we're looking at someone's hard work and what he's dedicated, what all, and I think that it was you that brought up something as far as the Republican Party, it should be for, and I will say this much, as far as the state of it, city of, certainly with their governor, there is zero, and I mean zero, transparency. So with Marshall being in favor as a Republican who's door knocked for 10 plus years, and is all about transparency, which I believe the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois really needs, I know that that's one thing that I've heard John talk about. I think another thing that you said something about a secretary. John, I don't care what it takes. It's an hour flight. I'll knock on however many doors it takes. I'll do it free of charge. There. Between the two of us, I think we can knock out easily 6,000 plus. And if you are from or know or any affiliation with anyone from the state of Illinois, specifically the 16th district, I really hope that you reiterate this as best you can to vote for John, if you could. There, see, being positive, being transparent.
Thank you for that contribution, Kitty. So, happy Saturday, y'all.
The happiest of Saturdays. I'm transporting a file cabinet and some chairs for a friend of mine. They were like, Marshall, I bought some shit at an auction, go get it for me. I was like, all right, I don't know anything to do.
Could everybody do me a favor and just love bomb MG for a minute? Just throw up some hearts and give her
really
a love
pretty.
bomb.
She's really nice.
Yeah, I just want to love on her for a minute, okay?
It's giving me a red flag, but I'm giving you a virtual one. If I could have. It means I've given too many hearts and 100s to serendipity. I'm sorry. Hey, it let me work. It worked one more time.
So, did anybody get anything productive done today?
I did a hell of a lot done. That.
Aside from this furniture stuff, a little bit of cleaning, that's about it.
I'm gonna mud my walls.
I did laundry.
Oh my God. I'm gonna get laundry done. I have the motivation and the positivity. I will come back to you, serendipity, when the laundry's done.
Okay, you do that.
That's pretty much what I got going on. I just gotta mud my walls and let that shit dry.
Oh, I did some of that recently. That's some rough work.
Now, I will say this much.
No.
Under the vein of being positive and not being doxing and not being an asshole, in the month, I hope it stays alive and well. I really do. I will completely tell anybody that I have joined Clubhouse to join this house. But I will say from the awesomeness of nearly 3,000 real quick people, they start to drop off because it's not, and most of you might want to hear this part, it's not as appealing. Unfortunately, drama and stupid things from a-holes will tend to grab and grapple, for whatever reason, people's attention. And that's where the content lies. That's where the juicy drama lies. And sometimes, as unfortunate as it may be, you need that devil, that mayhem, as it were, that brings in the people to pay attention. I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of it. I'm just saying, for word to the wise, serendipity, you'll always have MG, you'll have me, probably Kristen, Akima, Marshall, probably.
Why are you calling out my name, Kitty? I'm confused.
People still want to be a part of good rooms for the most part, but they trail off if it doesn't have the drama, and that's just the sad.
I'm not here for the drama.
Especially
I'm not here for the
payments. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is especially even like the little law rooms that I've heard you talk about which has been really interesting. A lot of times, unless it's got that drama, it doesn't really bring in crowds, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, no, I hear you there. That's just the crux of social media. I mean, that's a Clubhouse exclusive, but of course we see it, or hear it, I should say, daily, and it's gotten, I think, I don't know, these past couple of days have been pretty grotesque.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right, and I'm glad Serendipity did this. To chill people the F out.
I'm doing a poll. You'll bear with me for a sec.
She's not working it. She's just creating one for clarity. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarity, Kitty. We weren't sure. I mean, I think high school kids would laugh at us, and I mean us collectively, like it's just the he said, she said, and I'm the best this, I'm the best that, and you said this, I said, it is utterly, I think high school kids would be embarrassed for us.
Yeah, but the Generation Alpha.
I mean, some of us could be their parents. Like, I'm confused. Like, in those spaces. Like, y'all are, grown. Y'all could be parents. I mean, I don't. Let me go on mute.
All right, I got a poll at the top of the room for everybody. Not cool coming for the girls in the muff.
That was weird. Why do you care about women laws in someone else's house? I don't know. I hope he comes in here so I can ask him directly.
Wait,
I do too.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's not like poster child incel like statement or behavior. I'm not sure what is.
Right?
Can anybody explain to me what happened to Roger, who I used to know of as Mojo, and now I see a bunch of different Mojo variations? What's going on with Roger?
Mojo is only quickly checking in on the app right now. There were some issues with doxing Anson, and so he's taking a break.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
If you'd like, when I talk to him, I can tell him to reach out to you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to understand what happened and what I can do supporting him. Actually, I certainly agree with the way he conducts himself, at least when I've seen him on this app, and I'd like to stay in contact with him.
Yes, absolutely. I will let him know to reach out to you when I talk to him next.
I heard the thing about Matt Schultz, but I don't know where he went. Everybody needs to
Yeah,
know.
me neither. I'm gonna ping him.
Okay, because
Yeah.
he said, "Where are you guys?" And I said, "Well, I mean, there's no like polite way to say it, but I'm like, I'm in the muff." Then after I wrote it, I was like, well, maybe, it was the truth. So I just put the truth. It is what it is. We revamp the name in a year. We'll come back to that.
That's a Mojo decision. I think Mojo likes being in the muff.
He says that there's a necessity. Great, we're winning. Look, 84%. Fantastic. Everybody wants to be in the muff. And have
Everyone
fun
in Matt.
Adams!
Accountability or
Adams, you're breaking my heart. You're slippers. Slippers. You're breaking the heart. Come on now. I make you one of those strong, manly voices in the muff. Oh my goodness.
These really nice messages in my back channel for a change is nice. I thank everybody, some of which I don't even know.
No, Mr. Kitover, we're changing the topic. Verse.
So tips.
Hey, how are you?
Cool. How about you, chicken?
I'm doing pretty good. Trying to.
What's up?
Hey, Joe. What's up?
Hello, Joe.
Hey guys, I inadvertently unmuted. I'm just kind of listening.
He said, I didn't want that attention. Cut it out. Yeah, I don't know where Mr. Cool is.
We need his bell. You know how he would just very, like, almost appropriately, sometimes inappropriately, on mic and just ding his bell? We need that. God, we need that. Hey, check it out now. Listen, Serendipity is doing a good people only room. It's awesome. I love this.
Hey, it's good to see. Good to hear.
Oh my goodness. I feel better. I got my rant out of my system.
I don't know how much it's going to cost General to pay for her to do our commercial for Good People Only, but oh my God, when she does her whole spiel of like the rules and regulations, it's worth it. Yes, we're going to have to we're fundraise for Serendipity.
Kristen, what were you gonna say, sweetheart?
I'm just saying, yay!
Ooh. I mean, you know, I really feel like I'm embracing my inner drama queen right now. I could go on a few little tangents, but
I'm glad that I'm here to support you in that. You know.
You're here to support.
Sincerely, because sometimes, like, what I understand how it's like you care, and then there's so much activity, and I don't want to speak for you. I'm just trying to relate. There's often when when we get mad, sometimes we say things that we regret later, and it's good to take a moment and take a breather, and just talk about stupid, mundane things like how excited I am that I got a delivery of tissue boxes today.
I'm excited I got a michelada. Sorry, Kim, go ahead.
I just wanted to know what her tissue box looked like, because I really want to know.
They're Kleenex boxes, and they are rectangles, and I got them from Costco.
Okay.
Kenny's like, okay, Marshall. What were you going to say?
I was just saying I was happy because I got a michelada.
Are you saying meat
It's
gelato?
No, it's like a Bloody Mary, but for beer.
Ew.
No, if it is vodka.
How is it mixed?
Slippers is right.
So mostly mixed to or half mixed to one beer, usually.
I mean, it's not that I don't love the tissue, the little triangles, but like that one does kind of steal of the two. If I had to pick one, Kristen, I'm just saying that one's selling to me a little more.
Slippers? You want to vote?
Yeah, what's up?
You want to change that vote? Change that vote. Scarlett! You traitor!
Let me know before you pull it down so I can fix my vote.
Also, wow, I'm glad that I worked for Cracker Barrel for 6.5 years, like through college and even afterwards. And so now with their whole thing, I didn't get to read the whole deal, but I wish if Scarlett gets an extra second, she could explain what's the.
If you click on my PTR, you'll see what they're changing it to, and it's just. I did a room replay about the de-characterifying Americana and how the modern art is driving out our personalities. Like, we have to be embarrassed about an old timer and a Cracker Barrel, that they have to erase them from their logo. And I get there is child trafficking, there is sex trafficking, there is slavery all over the world. We have corrupt politicians playing with children inappropriately. We have corruption, and like there are a lot of things that are serious issues. And this is important to me. This is a culture war. Andrew Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture. And I think the outrage over Sydney Sweeney wearing American Eagle blue jeans is emblematic of the wokeism. And I'm going to start saying wokeism instead of woke, because there's three definitions for woke.
Oh,
And too much?
This is not a replay. I'm in the mood to be petty.
Fair enough.
I love you a long time.
Did I get demodded? But no, okay.
Oh.
Like, whoa.
She was going to be like, did you touch me? I would not touch you without your permission, Scarlett.
That Negro touched Scarlett again.
I have to have consent. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm just in a flippin' petty, gripey. I'm just embracing the girl in me right now.
I don't know. I'm in shock. Side-eyeing everybody. Like, what?
Brian.
Brian, I saw that initial vote, okay? You better be glad you changed that.
Oh, change my vote? Got it. Wait, what?
I saw your original vote.
Oh, you're glad with what I have now? That's good.
Wait, what? Girls are in the map?
I got a question. actually moderate the month better than a woman. Like literally.
Thank you, Hakima. Thank you.
If you let the man control the month, if you let the man control the month, he will not do it in moderation.
Some people like that though, Hakima. Some people like that.
But the point, we're talking about moderation. So who can moderate better? The woman definitely can moderate the month better.
That's right. Otherwise, there would be no moderation.
None at all. All day long.
This title though, and this is my last word. This title is worth a replay though. It really
Yeah.
That's funny, Monica.
I was on one. I'm pierced in my feet. Just be a decent fucking human being. And then I doxed Slippers twice. Using his old name.
To be fair, name changes are difficult.
He's got Adams in his profile. It doesn't count.
Oh no, we're not defining doxing.
I think it's great though that Slipper's name is at Lord Adams. He's royalty.
I just thought I'd put up my legs and, I don't want to encourage anybody to dock because they think I'm secretly fat. Wasn't
Well,
that
you're
the
a
first
step ahead.
excuse? No, but what isn't that the first excuse this week?
But the excuse that you're fat? I'm missing something.
I think it has a lot to do with, why does clout matter to some people? On a freaking social media app, I guess what's the, you do things because you perceive reward from doing them. What is the reward of clout?
Power.
But is it really?
Here, on a free app?
Not really.
Yeah.
I
mean, I don't know. I guess I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't get it. I don't care if they do not Nicki Minaj, what was it? A Cardi B and whoever song about it. I don't care if they try to really oversell how many followers. I don't care if it takes 1 billion followers and for every billion you get $1 billion, or if it's 1 billion and you get a nickel for every like and follow you. It doesn't matter. If that's your agenda, if you booty clap for clout, then you're an indecent garbage. You're a trash bag garbage human being. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Am I the only one who finds it funny that there's a bunch of women that don't get it in the muff?
That was funny.
My mother.
Says the man with the largest cock in his PTR.
No, it's tractor right now, but I mean, yeah.
Oh, did you take the cock down?
It is a tractor.
I mean, you could have kept the cock up. He's still there, Mose. You just gotta search for it.
You can't have him fuck up all the time. That's just reality.
You're asking a lot, Serendipity.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm gonna go find a more appropriate room. I think there's
I'll be good, Scarlett.
House chat.
I'll be good, Scarlett.
We're talking about farm animals, it's fine.
Yes, he's a farmer. Mother, you're sitting down there awfully quiet.
Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little tired. So I'm just kind of listening today. I might make some soup and go to bed early.
Yeah, we had to put recording because I just saw someone in the audience.
Well, Monica, thanks for caring about my day, Mom.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nicholas. Go ahead.
I did an announcement.
No, that was fine. I'm just being cranky.
I hope it's good soup.
Surprisingly, I don't have any in my house. I might have to go run to the store and grab some soup.
And you're sick?
I don't feel super great today, but I live right across the street from a Target, so I can just go and go over there and get some the little shopping complex.
Come on, Nick, you gotta make your own soup. Don't use no cans.
He's sick. Why would he want to?
I don't really
But
cook
yeah,
soup from canned.
Mother doesn't strike me as a cooker.
No, I eat the same stuff over and over again. Like, I don't look at feel like food is just fuel. It's not something that I go out of my way to make.
Well, you got to put good fuel in you, I guess. That there's something to be said about that. Right.
I do eat healthy. Like, I eat very clean.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm a gay man, and I have to have my little.
Down. He can come back up, but I don't think I want him.
I want to be a mod. How come y'all never mod me?
What?
Because you have me blocked.
You mod that,
modded
but you're
Liz.
worried about Booth?
I'm
You
sorry,
mod that.
I don't have you blocked, Nicholas.
Scarlett, why does that ruffle your feathers if I was modded? Why would you care?
Because I've heard that you slander me in rooms, and I don't like it. I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's decent. I think you should not. Keep your opinion.
I don't slander you. I don't slander you. I just talk about shirts you wear and just that you're racist. That's all. It's just an observation. It's not.
So, just out of curiosity, not that I'm agreeing or disagreeing, I don't want to get in that middle argument, but just to deflect from a room that I was in the other day, is it a bad thing that I'm white? Like should I sit there and immediately have white guilt or shame or feel as though I'm a racist, that I hate either somebody of color, may it be black or Mexican or an immigrant, just because I'm white? Just because I'm white?
The short answer, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, then you will consider me to be also racist, just like that gentleman considered Monica that way, because I don't feel any bit of shame because I'm white. I don't.
Hey, Kitty, only reason why I said yeah, because you felt the need to ask. That's why I said yeah.
You can say it that way. I don't say it that way. If you want to say it that way, that's part of your vernacular and that's part of your culture. That's fine. I'm not going to be one of those. Yeah, I'm not going to be one of those white people that try to appropriate that. There's no sense in that.
That's an inside joke, Kitty.
Okay, yeah, I know. The thing I heard.
There's nothing to be kidding. You talk like a rabid dog. Like, you just don't stop. Like, you just go.
For somebody called Hakima, you sound like someone that is very racist. Or I'm sorry, you can't say racist if you're black. So what is it? Bigoted? Prejudice? Is that what you are? Because see, I wouldn't want to assume those things, but when you open your mouth, you remove all doubt.
That's interesting. Well, I ain't say nothing about race at all. To say I'm bigoted or racist.
No, but when I asked a very, I would say, honest question, I got a very pointed, and I appreciate your very forthright, direct honesty. I got a very direct answer.
I don't think that was an honest question though, because it's a silly question, because nobody should be considered like censored automatically saying they have white guilt, and you got white guilt because you're white, that you should feel. No, nobody. That's not a thing. That you should not be.
It's not a thing.
But the fact you actually got to ask here we go. All right, there you go. Go ahead.
Please finish, because I'll tell you why I asked that question.
Go ahead, Doggy. You got it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you why. Because there's a very, I would say, not really right of center, more left of center, but friends of mine, ran by a guy named Gary. He's got a really popular house and clubhouse. I forget. Serendipity. Do you know what it's called?
Critical Thinking Forum. Great room.
Yes. Great room. But like he definitely has had, and most recently, I believe it was yesterday, in where they were talking about the people of Texas, specifically in California. Now, if it's just one state in the United States, if it's just one American in America, then it should affect you included, Hakima. So it's not that dumb of a question, and it's not that, as ignorant as you think, because it was just then asked and told of Monica. So now I'm hearing it multiple times in where that room, it was, there should be a stigma of guilt and shame, and redistricting of their areas shouldn't be in any way that would affect or bolster people that are white. And so if you're white and it helps you, then and I would wait a minute. Why is it a crime that it helps white people? Why should why is that?
Do we need to read the rules again? My thing is,
Yeah.
like,
Go ahead.
Just because you read this in a clubhouse title, some clickbait title, you think that makes it a legitimate question. That shows your lack of thinking. The thing, just because somebody made a clickbait title, therefore that makes it a legitimate question.
Okay, I don't know where you're coming up with a clickbait title, but what I'm saying is,
somebody made a title about this topic, about white guilt, therefore it's legitimate because somebody made the title.
I'll say it again, and hopefully it's a little bit easier to digest. I was in a very, I would say, intelligent, doesn't necessarily align or agree with me politically. They're more left of center, seeing as though I'm more right of center. More, I would say, liberal or Democrat-based house and clubhouse yesterday. It was not in the title. It was just a topic that was brought up when talking about redistricting. No, I can't even say it.
Okay, don't be condescending if you can't pronounce words.
Yeah, with Texas and California, and it came down to it where it was those that are white should be ashamed of the fact that it would help or bolster anyone that's white. And to me, even though the comment was taken down yesterday, and although it was brushed over as though Scarlett, I'm sorry if I haven't been saying Scarlett, my friend Scarlett, is getting brushed over in this conversation because she's not admitting this shame and guilt of being white. So when then asked a question, you answered very, very directly as though that's what you believe. So either you were telling me the truth or you're lying. Either way, I think that it's wrong, and I have no shame and guilt. I'm a proud white woman.
I clearly said it was sarcasm, so I don't know why you got to guess what it was. I clearly said it was sarcasm because it was asking a question that shouldn't need to be asked. Like, it makes no sense to think that someone should have white guilt. That makes no sense. Not saying that people might not have that. Maybe that's the thing, but to say that someone should have that is crazy.
Agreed.
Thanks. That's all I was trying to get to the bottom of.
You should have knew that without me having to say it, though. Like, it shouldn't even be a topic. You shouldn't have to ask the question to get to that answer, because it should be common sense.
And also, because you're black, just real quick, just because you happen to be the only male or black voice that's speaking, not that you're the only one on stage or in the listening lounge, doesn't mean that it has to be. I hope that it never felt like it's a target against you, or that it's pointed, like, this is moreover, if anything, to other fellow white people.
So, you know what I think? Hey, he came up. Hi, everyone. The MGI finally said yes. Thank you for inviting me. I don't know any white people who, while they were growing up, were taught by their parents anything like white guilt, white shame. I don't want to speak for the group, but we've been around a long time. It's an idea that came simply because some people, black people, white people, others, were attempting to reconcile with the truth of history. And some people, I'm talking about decades and decades ago, not recently, and some white people found this offensive. And it really, and specifically slavery, specifically Jim Crow, whatever part of the history of America you want to choose. And I worked in a context where I had a lot of conversations with fellow white people about this. And this is really a conservative's problem. Most people, or super liberals, I'd say it's an ironic thing, people who are so sorry for their accident of their birth being white, yeah, I've encountered them too. But most white people just are white, and they walk around feeling guilty.
They do? Because I don't. And then I think what's happening, Yeah, they don't, exactly. So then, although
why do you
say
bring it
that,
up?
I agree with you. Can I finish? May I finish? When it comes to the Smithsonian,
Come on.
You're not kidding. 1 second. That's the point. The point Jane made, and then she asked the question, why bring it up? It's the same point I made with my rhetorical answer. And yes, you should feel it, because you shouldn't even ask the question. Like, why bring it up? Like, if you say you don't feel it, and it's not a thing for most white people, why bring it up is the whole question.
Because if it's even just one Scarlet, if it's one Scarlet, if it is the Smithsonian, if it is Cracker Barrel that I worked at for 6.5 years, how many people, how many companies, how many times should it be said, well, the majority doesn't feel that way, before the minority becomes the majority, and people just start saying it's socially acceptable to do things, heinous things, like try to revamp and redecorate things like the Smithsonian. Okay, Jane? Riddle me that, Batman.
No, not okay, Kitty. That made no sense.
So apparently you didn't hear what happened at the Smithsonian. Well, for those
Like, are you saying it's wrong?
It looks like there's a lot of people.
Is that what you're talking about? You're kind of all over the world right now.
It's a lot of people that want to respond to this very contentious topic. I would submit that there are white people that have tremendous guilt about being white, and I have examples of events that have gone viral that white people are very quick to insult, defame, dehumanize other white people. They're the only white liberals are the only group that have a negative input.
No, I agree.
I have a link in the chat. Would you like to look at it, Jane?
No, I just wish you could broaden your definition finally of white people and have a little more expansion.
Yeah, it's
white women.
Progressive white
It's
women.
not just liberalism, being liberal and white. It doesn't mean you are what I believe you're speaking about often. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the extreme left. Could you call it that? Those are not just classical liberals. I was talking
liberals. Not.
I mean, I'm gonna call it extreme left. Like, the liberal women I know don't happen to be like pro-clutchy in that manner in real life.
I'm liberal.
Well, I know you are, but I also know you in real life, and you're not pro-clutchy.
So, Jane, would you
Right,
consider yourself woke?
The pro-clutchiness seems to be an artifact of the internet.
So if I may speak for a moment,
Are you one Dr. Jordan, or are you, name yourself and your
I think of myself as white, and think of, okay, let me back up here. When you think of the nonprofit world versus the corporate space, you have narcissistic folks at the top often enough. Not always, but often enough, right? These personality traits, psychopathologies transcend all political party lines, right? So the notion that some white liberal, the white liberals, there's plenty of white liberals who are overconfident, undershamed, love themselves, think they're the greatest thing in the world, they're narcissistic, whatever you want to call them, hyper-confident. They don't fall under this category of white liberal ashamed. They are just like everybody else who has, any kind of personality adaptation. We're much more varied than you're considering this notion of the label liberal. So, I'll put that out there.
Yeah, it's the same way in which conservative gets narrowed, right? Like, the political parties in their meetings in real life have a plethora of views that don't fit neatly into the TV, internet categorized definitions that we use. Like, real life is not like Clubhouse. Real life, people, when you knock on their door, maybe a little irritated because you knock on their door, but at the
same time, they're very willing to tell you, hey, I think my main struggle here is economics. Or, hey, my main struggle here is, like, I need to go to school and I can't find funding for it. Right? Most people are honest and they're not angry or militant or, like, they're not angry or militant and they're not quick to see the most narrow version.
And
you're wrong. One in 10 are, I think.
And Mark, sorry, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead.
No. I'm just gonna say, like, most people in real life aren't that narrow. They hold varying views about things. Some conservative, some liberal.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean,
if you're not an extreme partisan, then you don't necessarily experience it. The internet, in particular Clubhouse, is full of what I would call extreme partisans, myself included.
That I agree with, Marshall.
And this notion of dichotomous, like if you are an all or nothing thinker, black or white thinking, yes or no thinking, and it's not a bad thing. I was certainly a dichotomous thinker until I got help with it, to be honest, because seeing the dialectic is a lot healthier than looking, being on an extreme. And so with that, I wanted to just offer that even in my own family, most people were, I don't want to say all were liberal, but many. And now there's people split. In many Jewish families, you'll see people split. They may have harbored liberal views years ago. And I'm not endorsing one way, one or the other. But I mean, the dialect, there's a lot of people on the spectrum. But one of the things that, to Marshall's point, that makes this app, the reason this app is so alive is because of dichotomous thinking, rooms that cater to high controversy, and so we do get a bit of a sampling bias with regard to Clubhouse.
We should say that again for the people in the back. Clubhouse is fun, and we're all like friends or friends-ish. But Clubhouse is not real. Real life is way more fucking complicated.
Can we mod Anson?
Exactly, Marshall. It's like we go to these rooms, we're friends with so-and-so. I mean, to your point about life being far, you can't put pigeon into this or left or right. I mean, I guess I'm living proof that the fact that I'm in this room, into this house or this room often, because I'm okay. I can veer away from my lefty pals who sometimes also say some concerning stuff, not even echo chamber stuff, but kind of a bit narrow-minded. So you go into the real world, which, by the way, I wonder honestly how many folks here, it has nothing to do with politics. When you say, maybe during the pandemic or whatever it was, when you're like, hey, I found this app called Clubhouse, and before you even get the sentence out, are your friends like, huh? Are they like, never heard of it? Are they like, sorry, what? What's that? Right?
Yeah,
like, I think I found one person that had heard of it. One. It's wild.
Me too, one, and we're actually friends now in real life. It's really one of the few that I've met in real life. It's so rare.
So Serendipity talked to me privately, and reminded me that if Moose wants to go around the app calling people race-based bigots, then you'll have to justify being modded up with one of the most disgusting creatures.
There you go, exactly. Free speech, freedom of speech.
We're happy to see him there. We're happy to see him.
There you go. And if any of my lefty pals want to judge me for being modded with whomever, well, then you can go play with dynamite sticks on roller skates.
There are few evils in the world than being a white female conservative. It's just diabolical. Anson, I'm happy to see you, sir. I hope you'll consider resuming your room.
Yes, for sure. I did have Roger change the settings on your house so that it would be open to the public moving forward. I think that may have been one of your issues with gaining some momentum, was that the house was locked down, and so only house members saw it and people that they pinged. But I was told to ask Dr. J a question, but it's not really the topic of the room, so I don't know if y'all want to change the topic or not.
Well, maybe he can look in the chat. I invited Pete up to ask him the question directly. I kind of don't like people who send messengers. I'd rather people.
No, I wasn't told from Pete. I was actually told from somebody else a few days ago.
Oh, it's a different question?
It's a different question, yeah.
Gosh, Dr. J's popular. Multiple questions for you, Dr.
Well, I'll answer the question of the room before I go for my monthly poker game here. Wish me luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Can men and women be friends? I mean, it's the eternal when Harvey met Sally, right? Question. And I think it's something that comes to maturity. I'm the youngest of 3 boys. So I didn't grow up with sisters, so I'm lucky to have 2 friends. Or actually now, what am I? Now I probably just really one friend that I consider a sister to me. Never crossed the line. It's always been platonic. And in fact, we've actually given each other advice on relationships and stuff like that. So I think it's a maturity thing. I think it's challenging when you're younger. It's like this caveman procreation thing is it's kind of our DNA. But as we mature, we realize that not only can we be friends, but I think we can benefit greatly from the advice from the opposite sex.
Good luck on your poker game, Moose.
Thank you. I'm going to fight the urge to chase the river. Anyone plays poker in here, you know what that means.
If I may, I'd like to comment on something Marshall just said. I've been sort of just coasting around trying to find a good conversation on a Saturday afternoon. He said Clubhouse is not real life. I'm not so sure about that. Life can get vicious. I mean, at least this is an audio only, so we can only, with emojis, we can express strong opinions and that kind of stuff, but we're at least not going to get physical with each other and those kinds of things. But I think the divide on Clubhouse that is so evident, and I want to exclude the really. I mean, there's some rooms that are just so focused on a particular thing, and they very strongly focus on that particular thing. I mean, we can. I don't want to give examples, but there are some rooms that at least the topics are open for honest debate. But it's hard to find those kind of rooms because the debate becomes too one-sided. And trying to find a way to have an honest conversation, even though you have strongly differing opinions, that's what I'm trying to find on Clubhouse, and you know, it's hard to do, and people, I don't know, I guess I'm frustrated. You know, somebody says, you want me to reopen the room. Well, it's Roger's room. That's why know, because I'm not a geek. I don't know the mechanics of opening, closing, posting polls, all that. I'm slowly learning. But I'd rather be in a support role rather than in a in charge of the room kind of thing. And trying to find even a small group of people that are willing, that have differing views. I mean, Moose, for example, I've seen Moose, just superficially in some rooms. But I know he's on the left, but I mean, Moose and I have been getting along real well, and we can have differing opinions. There are sometimes, the one that really astounded me wasn't in the rational discussion room, but it was in a recent room where somebody who I generally respect put in the what the hell is it, the chat. Yeah, he said basically Anson is full-blown MAGA, in my opinion, and that just shocked me, because to me MAGA means irrational, unthinking, total support for any and all things that Donald Trump espouses, unless it's hiding the Epstein list, and then they're going to get pissed off at him. But I'm no more MAGA than a fly to the moon. But I'm not going to leave Clubhouse because of that accusation. But I don't know why we get into this name-calling tit for tat rather than having a rational discussion. First of all, as I've tried to do in the room the few times we've had it, what is the problem? So we can at least agree that there is a problem, whether it's crime and homelessness and graffiti in D.C. or whatever. Can we agree on the problem and then try to figure out what the right solutions are? And that's really, really hard to do. And on Clubhouse, and I guess it's hard to do in the real world. So take it for, I'm bloviating too much. So I'll leave it at that and see if there's room for discussion there.
Well, Marshall, the only thing I'd want to add is that, I think what you said was the most impactful in the beginning, and it's that, it's hard to find two varying points, whether they're completely opposed to one another or not, that are good moderators. And if you identify, because I think that you're probably a really great moderator, but I get it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I would love to be in nothing more than just a supportive role. And in 4 years, it's taken about 4 years for it to be known. Not a good moderator. But if you want somebody on stage that's not going to make it an echo chamber, that will help being a supporting role to the opposite side, then she's your girl. That's the type of I get it. That is what makes Clubhouse so difficult, and that's why many rooms that have such a great promise, like this one, that is, and I don't want to jinx it because I wanted to say this way, but like this, that if you don't have those awesome non-biased, really mod abusing type mods, like MG, she's a great example of somebody that is very open-minded and will not be she's a good moderator. Sarah, Mojo, Roger, whatever you call him, awesome moderator. Steve Appel, awesome moderator. These are people that
I heard you feeling a little blue. You're gonna make yourself a little soup.
It turns into garbage real quick.
Marshall, were you gonna say something?
I was going to say, Captain, if you need help with the room, I'll happily pitch in.
Of course you will, Marshall.
Thanks. I'll accept that right now.
discussions. Because Brad's a very forceful nature kind of guy, and my concern would be that
I mean, I piss him off, but
Brad was in the Navy 30 years ago. What the fuck would he know about the situation right now? Like, I think it's an irrelevant.
well, I'm sure he
Who
has.
said that?
I'm sure he'd add value to the group.
Who said that?
The great Mother Superior.
Mother Superior. Oh, okay. Well, I was in the Navy. The last time I was in the
I
Navy.
purchased 10,000 J-balls to try to swim. Now, there is a scientific and safe way to test this, which you can go in the shower in, but I'm going to jump in the deep end and just see if I can swim. He's probably read about
I'm not trying to be an asshole, but my
conversation
opinion
with the
also
shade
applies
ball
to you. Like, I think
You don't recommend swimming in shade balls, so you think it's a dangerous thing? It's a dangerous. It's so dangerous in fact that they regularly refuse requests from residential customers. I appreciate you making any research into science, and we will not.
Wait, what information then could you offer with your experience of the United States Navy in regards to this current event that would be, I would say, better as a moderator or a support person in a room holding this kind of discussion, moreover than the gentleman that was just speaking was the person in the listening lounge, both of which I would think would have
structures.
a much better understanding of that.
This is a stupid question, right? Like, you literally just said most of us are relying on publicly available information, and so you reframe that question to do a gotcha. Like, most of us in this room, including Brad and Andrew, are likely going to be looking up information online, using that information and incorporating it into their conversation point at the moment. You're doing the exact same shit. This whole, what is it, the argument about appeal to authority argument is.
How much of Gaza has
No,
Israel destroyed?
it's not stupid. It's those with experience and those that have, I would say, authority to speak on a matter. Now, I could talk to somebody that's like a brain surgeon or somebody that's in med school, and I could say this: the person that's in med school going to be a doctor will have like the up and coming new prescriptions and ways for procedure and process, as opposed to the one that's retired. But by God, I really want to value and put some stock in the one that's done a lot of brain surgeries rather than the one that has literally just started college and has no intent in even going to school at all. That just gives their Googled Grok or Perplexity or ChatGPT opinion of it. Sorry, but that's just the facts.
Yeah, I think everyone's triggered because we're talking about military veterans, but I seriously, my opinion does not change. If you're that far removed, unless you have direct access to military intelligence to date or are currently related with the government and know the inner work, you have nothing else of additional value than everyone else on the stage. You're not that much better. We're not going to agree on this as a kitty. You can be mad all you want, but my position does not.
Nothing personal. I mean, I appreciate you giving a good faith answer. I don't agree.
I would only ask Mother if, do you believe that Alfred Sailorman is now out of date, completely irrelevant, and no one should ever read him again? Do you even know who Alfred Sailorman is?
I have no idea what the fuck that is, nor do I.
The Influence of Sea Power on History, written with the British Empire and the Royal Navy as an example. And as far as I know, it is still the basics, one of the most basic texts still used at the United States Naval Academy today on a year-long history course of the influence of sea power on history.
I think that's awesome. Honestly, I do. My dad went to Great Lakes and just served in Vietnam, but I have respect.
It's not. I'm not asking for respect from me. I'm just suggesting to Mother that to have a legitimate discussion on basic geopolitical, geostrategic issues is not dependent on having the most current intelligence information. That's a tactic. That's not the strategic view. That's not the view from 10,000 or 50,000 feet. And that's one of the things we're lacking. One of the reasons, and I'm not trying to attack you, Mother. I'm just trying to make a point. And look at my profile. Is how can we use the lessons of the past to basically stop repeating them. And I think that is of tremendous value, because part of the discussion on Clubhouse is what was the recent headline that pissed you off, rather than trying to get into the underlying problem of what caused that headline to be written in the first place.
And I want Mother to get to respond, but I do want to get your opinion, and because I heard it recently on the news, as far as like after World War II or right before World War II, there's that island that we like made it to where it was where we could shoot off nuclear warheads or whatever, and then apparently right now we're going back to that same location. If you could tell me more about that, like whenever that, there's a lull in the conversation.
Yeah,
I have no idea what
originates from, right? Like, some of the dumbest people that I've ever met in my life are people who went to the military and the Navy and etc. because they couldn't get into universities and colleges, right? Some of the stupidest people I've ever met my entire life. This notion that every veteran knows what they're talking about and every Navy person is the most intelligent person out there on the specific topic. Like, some of these people just went because they couldn't find any other way to make an income or to move on forward with their life, right? Like, that's a very unpopular position. Hold on a minute, right? That's a very unpopular position, but it's the truth. Some of these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and this whole notion that we have to treat them all as some authority figure, because the conversation started with Brad would be a good moderator because he's formerly from the military. The logic in that statement is what I find to be flawed. It's not an attack on Anson, it's not an attack on Brad. The logic as a foundation is what I don't agree with.
They give some of the best scholarships and allow for, and I'm just saying generic, like for, and not just them, but their children to attend some of the best schools in our country. You're a moron, and I completely disagree.
Wait. Not everyone is going to West Point, right? So you're going, some of these people are dumb as fuck and are not going.
Right, some of them are dumb in high school, but then ended up going straight into the military and afterwards getting his degree. So, like,
point of order.
That too is a complete moot point.
Oh, that's what
Hello,
everyone.
Hello. So, the military won't accept people with low IQ, as Nicholas just posed, because no,
You need to have a diploma.
They have IQ requirements because they found people with IQs of, I think it's 90 or lower, are worse than not having them at all. They have a negative impact on their fellow soldiers, their military escapades, all of that. So, dumb as shit, or dumb as F, or whatever you said, is measurably untrue, Nicholas. And we don't have to fight this hard about.
No.
Yeah. Everyone's entitled to their perspective.
Were you not able to get into the military?
Yeah, because I didn't waste my time. Because
I just want to say that I just want to say you cannot be low.
It is not.
We got it, love. We got it. But it's in order to join the military, the Army, the Navy, combat, intelligence, you need to have a diploma, and you do need to take testing to know if you are even qualified to handle these certain situations. So there is a form of intelligence, Mother, when it comes to joining the military, Army, Navy, or whatever. Even if you're a desk person, you're not just a dumbass. You mean who didn't graduate school, who's poor with no job dreams, just to join the military. Yeah. They don't just allow people who are dumb to join.
Right, and he said majority.
I mean, y'all know what I'm saying. It's not that fault. It's not true. You can get all mad because Americans love the military, but it's the reality.
Okay,
Some of the lowest performers, dumbest people from my high school were the first ones to join the military because they couldn't get into university.
I know.
Yeah, that was the case for significant portions of the people that joined the military that I know, and that's fine. Like, they found a way to make their life. But, like, let's not pretend like these are the cream of the crop on the planet that join them.
So again, definitely below 70 is an IQ. So again, I'm just going to ask the question: were you not able to join the military, and that's why you got?
I have a 4.0 GPA and got a full ride to university. I didn't need to join the military because I had options.
Stop.
So if I may say something,
Stop.
who's telling me to stop?
I'm I'm telling you to stop, please.
Yeah, but why are you telling me to stop?
Just stop for a second.
Okay.
Who is that telling him to stop? I'm confused. Is that a mom telling him to stop?
It's Kristen. You guys are going back and forth about the same thing and just repeating, and getting more and more heated. And so Anson was trying to make a point and was talked over, and he's now gone from the room. So he lost what he was going to say, and then he's back. So if you guys can watch, if you guys can just, share your opinions, share your feelings and things like that, but please do have some respect for each other. And if you said what you needed to say, okay, great. And please don't repeat. Thanks.
Marshall just asked me to go private, and we did for just a minute, but I do want, and I'm not gonna try to get, I'm not mad. I can take your shots, but I do want to give you just a little bit of perspective. I was born and raised in a town of 2,000 people. I was born in 1942, so my growing up years were the 40s and 50s in a small tobacco farming community. Graduating class. Fortunately, I was able to apply to the Naval Academy to college, and there was no way they could afford a college education. So I applied, and by good luck or whatever, I was able to get in. I can assure you, Mother, that those, and I have said this repeatedly, that those 4 years were the 4 most miserable years of my life. And I got a $50,000 but I had a $50,000 education shoved up my ass for 4 years. I hated it. I still don't know how I got through it, but I got through it, and I think it's the best thing that ever happened, because it took me away from a small town and gave me a much broader perspective and the tools to be able to do some things in the world. In 2015, during the campaign, I watched with interest how Donald Trump coming down the stairs and how his attitude, the way he acted during the primary debates and all that, and I thought he was the biggest jerk I'd ever seen, and I still feel that way. But when he said, somebody asked him his views on the triad, the nuclear triad, and his response was, what is the triad? That's when I decided I would never vote for Donald Trump, and I never have. But I can still support Donald Trump because of some of the policies and the attempts that he is trying to do. So I try to cut through the bullshit and get down to the substance. And yes, I use historical perspective and my own professional experience, 23 years on nuclear submarines during the Cold War. And I still use that perspective to form my opinions on the right path forward. And that's what I'm trying to do on Clubhouse. Your views are yours. I disagree with them. But I'm not a stupid jerk.
Thank you.
Whatever, we can move on.
So what I wanted to
Yeah,
what I wanted to
Doctor, I'm sorry, the driver. If you would like to go and
Yes. So I think that there are like 1.8 or 1.2 million enlisted people in the armed forces. Many of them, unlike officers, they don't join typically with college degrees, right? So there's such a varied range of intelligence in the armed forces. But I think from a socioeconomic standpoint, you'll find that people that go to independent schools typically have the resources to be able to pay for college on their own. So they're not necessarily seeking scholarships, etc. So I think that I think two things can be true. I think that in recent years, enlisted folks have not necessarily been the cream of the crop, but the officers certainly are, and some of the enlisted folks are really bright. No one's perhaps really dumb, but I think that from both perspectives, and most importantly, things have changed. Both of my grandfathers and my uncle served in the armed forces, and that was a different time during World War II and even Vietnam. So I think that looking at it over time is certainly an important factor in how discerning we are with regard to the recruit.
I mean, one thing to remember about the enlisted force, it is very job dependent. And like Hanson's occupation nuclear force, enlisted people that work that very, very highly skilled. There's also people that do a lot of special jobs that are extremely intelligent, but you also need truck drivers, you also need a wide range of things. Regardless, military is still a good option for a lot of people. And you don't have to be a brain surgeon to join the military. That's 100% true. But there are jobs out there, even on the enlisted side, also where expand your mind and expand your
And there's graffiti all over the hometown of it, but
there's
no better example on Clubhouse than my relationship with Brad.
Awesome.
I disagree with Brad a lot. I mean, he tees off far more than I would hope that he does. But Brad and I have, the reason I joined the submarine force is because there was very little distinction between
The aim of Krav Maga is to defend yourself and end the fight as quickly and effectively as possible. I'm going to take you through some essential techniques and give advice to help you defend yourself.
Enlisted guys and the officers had to do the same thing to learn to wear the dolphins. And there was very little distinction between the submarine force.
You're going for his face, all right? Logan, can you hit him in the face?
And I certainly agree with you that there was extraordinary very little distinction of
What'd you say? Did you say fire?
We all wore poopy suits. You know why they called them? I don't even go into details why they called them poopy suits. Because when it's a one-piece suit,
how's this? Is my arm gonna get blown off?
First went to sea, free, had no buttons, no snaps, it was all Velcro. But when you sat down on the toilet on a submarine, when you stand back up to flush, you have
Here's a list of stuff here.
And that's why they were called poopy suits. I think they're called poopy suits today. How's that for a sea story?
That's a good sea story. But in fairness to others, there absolutely are idiots, like absolute idiots in the military too. It is a subsection of American society, and frankly, there are jobs where being an idiot is fine, and you serve your country, and you do good for America, and that's okay also.
You can, if you want to get into current politics, you ought to read about the change of command that just took place at the Naval Academy, where the superintendent, they changed command between the two superintendents. And I won't give you the details on that one, but oh my God. And I watched the whole ceremony. And boy, do I agree with you, Brent. There's some really stupid people in the military, always have been. But there are today just as much as they were. And trying to figure out how to sort the wheat from the chaff is still a challenge, as with any organization that has 200 million or 1.5 million people in it.
So, okay, when I say this, everyone goes on a tangent, loses their mind, and starts to freak the fuck out.
What's the thing about this show, man? Okay, well, no, that's nothing. So what we do, you guys can do. So, we got extra strength.
It's not something that is a secret. Everyone knows that the lowest tier in society.
Oh, I'm talking about.
And some of the highest tiers do too. And the
I was
difference
defending
between you
your
and
honor,
Anson is Anson actually served, and he has the right to do that. But really quick, Anson, what I was going to ask you, I think it's the Tinian Island. I could be completely wrong, but I believe that's what they're trying to like revamp or remodel to protect us against China.
Christ,
Yeah.
that's where we did nuclear. I think Tinian was the first hydrogen bomb explosion back in the late 1940s. But no, we're not retaking islands in the Pacific in order to advance nuclear weapons testing or launch pads for nuclear weapons. We have plenty of launch pads called Trident submarines. So no, America is not trying. In fact, we're trying to stop China from building their own goddamn islands out there. That's what we're trying to do. And then we can argue about can the U.S. Navy today, as currently led and constituted, able to do that? And you'd be surprised at my opinion on that.
So let me defend Mother's honor just for a second. I think his basic point was that just because you're in the military doesn't necessarily mean you have a massive amount of authority about a subject, which is true.
I agree 100% with that, Brent. I'm an old fart. It's been a long time, but I do have my opinions, and they are based on experience and a degree of fact.
So, I mean, I appreciate Brent, but, like, I don't need to be white-explained for this stage, right? Like, it's a little ridiculous that everyone here knows exactly what I'm talking about. I don't need it to be softened up and polished because then people are getting their feelings about the topic because it's something that triggers them personally, right? Like, I'm going to communicate however the fuck I want to communicate, and I don't need someone to tell me to reframe it or whiten it or soften it because they're too much in their fucking feelings today.
Okay. So does that,
Yeah, it's just there's no doxing.
So hold on 1 second, Ken. Hold on one second. I just want to share in the comments below. There's an interesting book I shared an excerpt from. You know, I'm very much in favor of the notion that the intelligence is quite varied, but the Marines have been losing median and mean IQ precipitously since the 80s. So that's just one. And I actually have a friend who's an intelligence officer with the State Department who said that she always had difficulty working with the Marines because they weren't necessarily the sharpest knife. And that's not to say every Marine, but in general.
I would only comment that the intelligence officer in the State Department is an oxymoron. But that's
there's probably many people in the State Department that might say the same thing about the military.
So are men and women friends in the State Department?
What was that, Ken?
Are men and women friends in the State Department? Is it that difficulty of men and women having difficulty being friends?
Oh, he's referring to the poll. I think he's referring to the poll in the room, maybe?
Yeah, title. I thought you were talking about different branches of government where men and women.
Yeah, hey Ken, I'm not a mod. I'm more of one of those support role things. But my friend Serendipity started this role. She's in the muff. I'm in the muff. And in the muff, we wanted to like cut down on all this like doxing and being assholes, trolls and stuff. That's what started it. Then she put up a few different, or one of the podcasts, which was can men and women be friends? But then we got into a topic about the military, and Mother had mentioned something Anson was answering, and now it's really completely opposite to the actual poll that's posted.
That's for you. It's transferring it from the Fortune 500 to we the people.
Yeah.
Does anybody like really give a shit?
All right, just to get back to the actual room topic.
No.
Do you want to answer the questions then?
Right.
Or can that limit be? Sorry,
And sure enough, they were legal border crossers who happened to walk onto a U.S. Army top secret military facility. So I don't know what happened to those Hispanics. They want to ruin their life. Because to me, they weren't carrying drugs. They nearly died. I was like, I don't want to ruin their day, man. I'm not calling the cops on these guys. That would be some bad karma. So I hate to admit, as a candidate congressman, that I may have released two illegal alien Mexicans who nearly died in the mountains into Arizona. I just wanted to admit that to everybody.
Tremendous report.
So, congratulations, but unfortunately your clips have gone viral and we're leading in the polls again.
But she's a moderator right next to Serendipity on my screen.
So, in my opinion, the more people standing up to Darren LaHood, either
your calm and moderation and support for difficult topics. So there's an example of men respecting women, and there's a ton of them in my profile, and there's a few that I've abused and all that stuff. But of course, men, and I respect.
Hey, I'd rather shot with him my brain into a pink mist so fast I won't even hear the sound of
As long as they have merit. I don't respect them just because of their gender. I respect them because of their merit.
Men and women can be friends as long as they probably had a relation.
I don't know Mike from Adam. I've never met.
They tried up becoming boyfriend and girlfriend as a point of work.
To feel alive, we seek sensation, any sensation to wash away the crazy black sorrow. Each time we ignore it too much is never enough. We are the already dead. We're the questions.
But I do think they have to. Guys, we skip that. I have been trying to be right.
If she speaks now, because she may not want to fight that kind of.
It's good to get some fresh air.
Right. I just wanted to take time because I was sitting on the edge of my seat to see who Anson was speaking about. When I heard my name, I'm like, wait, what? Anson, thank you for the kind words. It's been such an honor to get to know you on this app and to sit at your feet to listen and learn. Roger introduced most of us to you and your voice, and so I'm so grateful to have, witnessed your expertise and indulge in your knowledge live in 4K. So thank you, sir. Anytime
So it's Sunday night, it's 8:36 p.m. Central Standard Time. King Thaddeus is back, and he has Popeye's food.
Thank you so much. And thank you to my fellow mods for just giving me just a few moments just to respond.
That align with him politically, and they happen to align with not only me, but the people.
Anson, I have a vested interest in seeing your house grow. I think despite our disagreements,
are so fucking lame.
You're really open to different opinions, and
I'm so glad that there's anonymous so I can record these retards at their most boring moments.
Disagreements, which I think is rare on the app and should be acknowledged and rewarded.
Good one, Monica.
Is this the love bomb move?
Hakima, are you jealous, sir? You want me to find something to compliment you on?
I just asked a question.
Hakima, call him out, Hakima.
Hakima, I can answer it. You and I can disagree.
See, Hakima and
Saturday night. All right, I'm gonna go work out, everybody. I hope you enjoy this Clubhouse live stream. Brought to you by Slipper, aka an F-word N-word, aka Dr. Adams, a real F-word N-word, and he's been the source of many of our problems. So if you come across Dr. Adams, you may want to block that F-word N-word P-word. P stands for psychotic, obnoxious. We could call him an F-word, N-word, P-word, O-word.
I've looked for Anson's rooms over the week.
Oh, really, Monica? Oh, that's just so sweet of you that you would...
So, a point of that, if I were Gary, and I had someone who was competitive with me, I would be grateful.
Oh.
Because when you have competition, it makes you sure that you're on your
God bless
A game.
Anonymous, right?
And I'm not afraid of
Could you
competition.
imagine getting kicked out of this room?
Because it strengthens me. It makes me
This is so beautiful
find out
recording
how
this.
much I want
This is Clubhouse
to win.
Season 5.
So, Anson, I would
Best of
recommend
the
you
best.
keep your 4 o'clock time slot, and may the better room win.
Ooh.
And I think it'll be yours.
Wow. Great job, Monica. Well, thank you very much, Monica. Appreciate those kind words.
I'll open the room on Monday. I'm not sure what topic I'll pick, but early,
Wow, well, we can't wait till Monday, Anson. We just can't wait till Monday. We're all so looking forward to it on a Saturday night. Can't wait to... I can't believe I'm spending my Saturday night talking about your room on a Monday, Anson. Wow, thank you so much. I can't wait. And it's too bad you don't know what topic you're going to pick yet, Anson. It'd be great if you knew what topic you were going to pick on Monday.
I'll also share this.
Oh.
Steve and I, routinely are the conservative voices. I am not a MAGA voice. I'm a conservative.
He didn't vote Trump. He hates Trump, but he'll tolerate Trump. And he's not a Republican. But now he's a conservative voice.
And Tiger, who I have accused of being a member of the Chinese Communist Party, but I have grown to know Tiger quite well. Well, not well, but I respect Tiger. And when Tiger and Steve and I offer views that are counter to what the consensus of the room is, it sometimes gets pretty rough. And the straw that broke my camel's back when the topic was about environmental changes that were being made. And I offered the comment that caution in opposing wholeheartedly, ranting and raving against the changes that were being proposed. We should take caution in doing that because there were some elements within those changes that I think are desperately needed. And Mother, I make that assertion because I ran a nuclear weapons facility for several years that was trying to do environmental cleanup after 50 years of contamination. And I'm very familiar with RCRA, CERCLA, and all the obstruction that can come out of the environmental movement. So I offered a word of caution in that room, and Gary came back at me and said, so that means you're in favor of allowing polluted rivers in Cleveland where they can't fish and swim.
Oh, Lord.
I left the room at that point, sent Gary an email, and I sometimes drop in to listen, but I don't participate any longer. I mean, that's the kind of bullshit that goes on that does not contribute to rational discussions. Let me leave it at that.
Well, back to the topic of the room, and if you want to make it like if men and women can be friends on the app, or men and women can be friends in real life. My friends and I, our team, we have ran one of the longest running rooms, kept it consistent, haven't missed a day, even opened up on the holidays. And I am the only female mod. Do I mod up people in there? I will. Because we don't have any problems in our room. But it is a team of me and 4 guys. That's it. We sit down, we come up with topics, what we're going to go over. Thursdays in our room, we sound like we can't stand each other. Fridays, we come straight back and are good to go. So can men and women be friends? Absolutely.
Well, of course they can. You know, I have people right now that I work with, like Naomi. We're working on like a private thing, like we're trying to get wildlife reservation team on and stuff like that. You know, so yeah, of course, you know. But the whole point is you gotta stop cooning. Or I'm sorry, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. They gotta stop. Like, just you gotta be on a certain level, I guess. With Serene, like me and her, we cool. You know.
Serene, how do you reply to that?
I mean, no. I'm a black man. She's a white man. We cool. I mean, she's great and stuff, but you know, it's people that kind of like not on certain levels. You understand?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, Kitty and I tangled just a couple of days ago in the room, and I told her to shut up, which I rarely have ever tried to do. But can Kitty and I get along? Well, I guess we're going to do a stork dance and see if we can get along. But we'll tell you. And by the way, Brad kind of lowered the boom on her because he was the moderator in the room. But can Kitty and I get along? We're not fighting like cats and dogs right now.
I truly believe y'all can. Like, we all can get along. Like you know, we just gotta pretty much like have you know, like a certain I guess we just gotta like, okay, yeah, I agree with this, I agree with that type of situation. But I think all of us can get along. No matter what color or anything. I
Austin, tell when he's going. Kitty and I did a job of like trying to parse out pragmatic shit. Maybe that's because of your uprising, maybe it's because of your job, maybe it's a little bit both in your friend group. I have no fucking clue. But you do like a fairly decent job, like a more than halfway decent job, which is a compliment, not a backhanded compliment, of like picking out the pragmatic thing in a political conversation to make something function. You seem to ask systemic questions about like, how does something work? What do you have to do? That kind of shit. And you're like particularly good at it. So just want to tell you.
Yeah, but what y'all, that's what y'all think about. And the whole thing about it is you gonna be that way, you're gonna be that way. Like I mean, like, you know, we got a lot of racists in here. Not racist.
Careful.
Race. Yeah, I know. You gotta be, you know, get a lot of race in here. You got black, you got Hispanic, white. You gotta just like be careful. Just like she said, careful. What you say. Like, I mean, you know, you can really. I mean, I'm cool with all. Dude, my kids are mixed and stuff. I mean, you know, it's different. But the whole thing is, you just gotta be careful what you say in these rooms, dude. And you know what?
Girl, you've been invited up, honey.
Like the Serene, me and her, cool as fuck. Like, you know, I mean, we are. So it doesn't matter what people say. Me and I don't know if y'all know Ann, but I don't know Ann much in this room. We cool too. So
Serene and I are also cool. It's nice.
Hey, Bruce.
yeah, I hope so.
Pearl, honey, you were invited up. Your hand was raised. All right, Anson. Marsh's gonna help you set up the rooms and such and such and such and such, and I'm standing by in case you need an assist.
Yes, ma'am. That's the idea.
If y'all have Monday's room scheduled already and you want to drop a link in the chat, I will advertise for you.
Well, that's one of the problems. I don't know how to. I know how to open a live room now. Roger's given me permission to do that, but I don't know how to post a room in advance. But I will open the room at 4 o'clock, 10 minutes of 4, Central Daylight Time on Monday. And the topic of the room is who is causing the chaos.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Oh, wait, hold on, Bruce. Just a little bit of housekeeping. So you can schedule a room. You can schedule a room, and you can schedule it with the title Rational Discussions, and then have it set to open at 3:50 every day. And what happens is when you're, if you miss a day, it just
You just lost me, Scarlett. Marshall or Scarlett, either one of you, open a room at 10 minutes of 4 Central Daylight Time this coming Monday. Who is causing the chaos? And then I'll open the room when it's time to hit live chat, and we'll go from there. And that ought to be pretty simple.
Y'all are planning on bringing this into the next week? Like, are y'all serious? I'm telling you, if y'all don't stop fighting about this, I'm gonna block every.
No,
I don't know what you're talking about. Nye, do you know how to do scheduled rooms? Nye, can you do that for Anson?
I heard Adam's voice, but I don't see him on the stage. I'm
He's Slippers.
I'm here, but Slipper.
Yeah, well, have no dogs on stage, ladies.
Why didn't you just go for Bonnet, Adams? And
That shit was fucking hilarious.
Because I don't wear a bonnet, I wear a slipper.
Oh, Slippers. I didn't know that was him.
That's
okay. I'm looking for the stage, like, where is he? I don't see him, but I hear his voice. What's going on? Okay, I get it now. Adams, I swear you're so funny. Your voice just came on in.
No, but that's so true though. Like a week from now, you know what I mean? I feel like new shit will pop up from there.
Okay, so wait. Scarlett asked me a question. Do I need to open the room? Set up the title? Is that what we need?
Yeah, schedule daily rooms and rational discourse. And I cannot.
I don't think she wants to do that though, Scarlett, because the title changes every day.
Right.
Yeah, but you can edit. You can edit the title as you go.
Exactly.
Well, I know, but Anson needs.
Just a suggestion. Wouldn't the most direct way to do this be that Anson put me as some sort of a something or other in the house? I don't know what that is, but I've never done it before. But wouldn't that be the thing so I could help him do the programming?
Okay, I'll go to the house and I'll see if I can appoint you to be the
leader.
Chief cook and bottle washer of the
Chief
Rational
cook and bottle washer, aye, Captain. I like you. I just followed you. I like that.
All right, and that's an old Navy term, Mother.
I love how he said mother. I'm sorry.
I think you should wear that as a badge of honor, Marshall. You can take it to the critical thinking forum and say, I am now the chief cook and bottle washer of the rational discussion group.
I'm the bottle cook and washer of the SS Rational Discussion.
Nice. Anson, if you have any trouble assigning him the duties, Nye is an admin in there, so she can assist.
gonna say something, y'all. Like when I like learned something on Clubhouse. We're never gonna get to any solutions if we never agree on what type of language to use in these conversations. Like everyone has a different definition for every word that we use, whether it's a woman, a man, racism, doxing. Like we can't even get down to a definition of a word and agree on it before we even ever get to a solution. So I feel like it's really hard to even come to an understanding when everyone's using different definitions of the words we're using. So I don't know about the resolution part on Clubhouse just yet because of the.
I couldn't agree with you more because that's my basic. The reason I'm trying to have a rational discussion is to begin with, what the hell is the problem that we're arguing about? And be specific about it, and then argue the solutions. Don't argue about whether it's a problem or not. Argue about the solutions to the stipulated problem. And we can't even get past that. We can't even agree on what the problems are. So we argue over each other's head all the time.
Hey,
Listen, I think the problem with that is, like you say, like we can't agree on what the problem is because it changes per administration. Because when everybody complained about under the Biden administration, none of this shit have been fixed, but no one talks about that anymore. Now they talk about entirely different issues now. So like, then it's gonna change again. So like people need to just stop letting the media tell them what to be fucking pissed off about, and really have a stance of their own and stand on it regardless of who's president. Then we can start agreeing and we might get something fixed opposed to being angry about this for 4 years, being that for 4 years, and none of this shit ever get fixed.
Now, one last point, Anson. I am a Trump supporter. I am Make a Great America. I don't believe I belong in a cult. I believe I can be very critical of the things that our president does. So when you paint with a broad brush that MAGA is unable to critique the job performance, I submit that that's a little bit too harsh. And I would invite you to look again, because we're not a monolith either.
The term MAGA, not your, with what you just said, Scarlett, I would say you are not MAGA. MAGA has at least gotten the reputation, has been, of a large group of people that are irrationally loyal to Trump the man. And I'm not MAGA, but I can be selective in saying that I agree with what he's doing, for example, in Ukraine, and I'll back that up in arguments. I am uncertain about tariffs, so I'm not sure that I know where I stand on tariffs. And I certainly feel that there is a smog, not an environmental smog. There is a smog over our cities, major metropolitan areas, and it has been that way for some time. And it encompasses homelessness, crime, disrespect for law and order, sanctuary cities, etc., that needs to be corrected. And I will debate, I'm not sure whether Trump's doing it the right way or not, but that's the example of trying to have rational discussions about specific problems. And Hakima, it's not just one administration to the next. Today, it's one headline to the next, following behind the hysterical media. So that's what we're trying to fix, or trying to make progress with.
I agree with that answer. Let me say the one that I want to say some black points. I want to try to answer real quick.
Yeah, he's going to do some black points. But I understand, but let me say something real quick.
Hold on, Bruce. Don't interrupt Hakima. That's a hidden rule in the mouth.
Shutting the fuck up.
Hakima started first, I believe. Am I wrong?
Oh my God.
Dave, am I wrong?
A nigga that his name is Hakima to start.
He was the
Okay, we don't allow the N-word or the K-word on our stage, so Bruce, you have a timeout in the chat. Please, moderators, don't invite Bruce back up until 3 minutes
I
to
really want
hour.
to hear your reply, Akima, because I did address it to you, my friend.
Hey, what crazy? It wasn't even much. He could have had it right there. I was gonna say like what you just said from one headline to the next is what I touched on also. Like we need to stop letting the media guide our outrage. Now I said that. Like we steady let the media dictate what we care about. Like care about what you care about and stand on it.
There you go.
The media dictate what to be outraged about.
There you go. And argue your point forcefully on Clubhouse and be respectful and listen to rebuttals when you argue your report or your point. And you've been doing that, and I support you, my friend.
Thank you, Anderson.
I don't think we've been unnecessarily over-moderating with Bruce. It's a shame he couldn't let Hakima have the mic first.
He was being an asshole. Then he want to say the N-word and crack a joke about my name. It's just like I have a problem with my name. I would hate him for my name to be Bruce, actually.
Oh, Matt Cool joined the room. Look, Matt, we have more than vaginas modded on stage.
Uh-oh.
Amazing.
Impossible, because In the Muff only has female moderator.
Right? And they're so incapable.
Yeah, what the hell those women are doing?
I'm almost afraid to ask, but is there beef with Matt?
Yes, there is so much
For Matt Cool.
Shit, I had no idea. Fuck.
We've got the grill going. All right, here we go.
I mean, what do you think about the fact that there's just lady mods in the muff?
Oh yeah, Ping Allen in here too.
I would only
Ping Allen in here too. He has some.
I would only comment that I'm a mod and I'm not transgender.
And neither.
Oh, Mother, you're, can't hear you, sir. I see you unmiked, but, you're not.
I mean, Matt, why is that a question? Like, why is it even a question?
You should have left the original title of this room, Serendipity, so he would have understood the context of us greeting him so enthusiastically.
Yeah, the original title of the room, what I don't even remember what it was.
Something about females in the muff? All female moderators in the muff?
Are you talking about the very first one, or are you talking about just the previous?
Very first one.
No, he had a room earlier, something about like what is, or the final answer.
Final definition of doxing. What is doxing?
The final definition of doxing. Yeah, we put the final definition of doxing in the title for you, Matt. But we were just, waiting for you to come in so that we could ask you.
Oh my gosh, when Serendipity speaks like this, it makes me nervous. It makes me want to leave quietly because it scares me. Like, run away, Matt, run away!
You know what sucks? The hallway was so dead earlier that Matt's room, I sat in it and I was like, fuck, and it said, someone you have blocked is in this room. And I was like, fuck, and I'm like, messaging Serendipity, I'm like, make a room! This hallway sucks. Matt, I'm very disappointed, but I'll always love you.
Yeah, so, like, I'm trying not to be annoyed, Matt, but I would have liked to learn about what the official definition of doxing was. And you made the one person that has the majority of the MUF leaders blocked as your co-mod. And it's like, what the hell, Matthew? What you doing?
Monica, you said in the chat we didn't get there. Of course you didn't get to the definition of doxing. Of course you guys didn't get.
And it's your room, and you can have in there whoever you want. But, you know, I didn't think you and I had a problem, but now I'm thinking twice, which is always not a good idea. So, okay.
Monica, you're a woman. Stop thinking.
Right, what is thinking? That's ghetto.
I keep forgetting.
Kristen, we put too much on ourselves as women. We think already too much. I feel like if you start thinking twice, that's a disease. I feel like we as women just, you know, we're good with just one.
Hang on. Y'all hold my brain for a while, okay?
No, you're ready to fight, Kristen. Get him.
This shit is stressing me out.
You can't afford for anybody to hold your brain.
Damn it! You know what?
Listen, man, I would trust y'all with my brain 100%. I trust y'all to put a Neuralink in my ass 100%. I trust
I promise, pocket. I'd only drop it twice. It would be fine.
You would toss it up and it would hit the fan, and you'd be like,
it's fine.
Can you drop it low, Monica, though?
Drop it low.
I want mine.
Drop it low, pick it up slow. I mean, this
No, I know what's
is
happening.
complete total chaos. This is what happens when you give vaginas the green. So much fucking power.
It's a disaster.
The only person on this stage is Dima with a pink ticket is gonna drive me insane. You need to catch that in, like, right now.
No, she already has. That's.
Oh, she already has? Well, you better leave this room, girl. Come back.
Somebody did something shady.
Oh, I'm so sorry then. Okay, I support everything you do. I love. I missed so much shit, y'all. Like, I have no idea what to do.
That's a shade ticket right there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We love you, Femur.
Am I gonna be the only one up here dropping it? Come on.
Well, I don't got shit to drop. I mean, we can crack our knees. We can do that. Let me crack my knees one time. Hold on. Nah, dude, my knees will make a deep when I try to drop it down. It's just bad. I'm only 30.
Call it the same thing.
Dude, I badly on my MCL in college. Longboard everywhere. And that did not end up working out a couple of times. Like, I fell on 8 and so I've got problems with my knees. Not with my surgeries.
Marshall, that sucks, dude. I'm so sorry.
We're wearing bad shoes.
Okay. Somebody told me not to wander around inside this, like, big house. And I was like, what? The house is so cool.
Listen, bro, I want whatever you're drinking. I love whatever's wrong with you. To be honest, I love every part of you. Oh.
By the way, I just for the record have to say that no, I'm not in a fight anymore. But I will fight for Nye to speak. I will fight for MG to be able to speak. And I will fight for Serendipity to speak. And I will fight for Scarlet to speak. And I will fight for Pockets to speak.
Mac, come up here so we can hear your voice.
Wait, and
Come on up.
I'll only bite a little bit.
Write it down for person.
Stop using
I don't think you understand.
But he wants to see if you're a brave person.
We will all write it down for you.
I mean, well, yeah, you know what? I'm so over it. I don't have much to say.
Hey,
I discovered this new butterfly today called the silver, what was it called? The silver spotted skipper. It's very common. And I was learning about it. And apparently it had like a poop catapult, like when it's a catapult. Yeah, dude, like it could fling its excrements like 1.5 meters away from its body.
I love that for them. Did you hear about the pistol shrimp though? That there was a shrimp underwater that literally killed its enemies with a bubble that's like faster than any bullet. It's pretty cool, dude.
Say goodbye to your reading book. The best way to
National Geographic, man, we're falling behind from world or from life. No one's watching National Geographic anymore. It's really
the best way to end something is.
I just saw it. You're so right. I just saw on Facebook Marketplace this person getting rid of like an entire library of National Geographic magazines and like it's for free.
what? Isn't that crazy, dude? Like, listen, man, lions are down bad. I don't think people understand how bad lions are down right now. But our mammals are struggling.
You know, I think I'm kind of like Marshall. I'm sort of enjoying my late Saturday afternoon drink. I'm not drunk, but I sure as hell am trying to figure out what the conversation is in this room right now.
Well, I just got some Angry Orchards. They're like apple beer. And dude, these are pretty nice.
Apple orchards, beer, and dudes. I'm still a little lost.
Yeah, I don't like beer because it tastes like ass. So I have to get like flavored beer, you know? So I have to get like the apple beer. It's pretty nice.
Oh, I thought you meant beards as opposed to beer.
Pocket's cursing in front of Anson and makes me so uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
No, it's me. It's me. And Marshall was cursing earlier too, and I'm like, Marshall, that's Anson. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure Anson can.
Well, Anson literally fought for our rights to curse and be sailors. So God bless you, Anson.
That's right. Where is Tequila?
Yeah, God bless.
Fucking A, Pockets.
Yeah, I was wondering why Sakima in the audience. Sakima, did you move yourself down?
Did he glitch out? Because he wasn't mod a minute ago either, and I didn't know what happened.
He did. He came from the audience, and I brought him up, and I remodded him, but I think he left again. And you know how it goes. You hit that hallway, and if you hit any previews, you lose your mod badge anytime you're in a...
You know how to...
Hey, Pockets, were you in the military?
No, my grandfather was though. My dad was. My grandfather was a pilot in World War II. He was an engineer as well, so we helped build the planes. So I have full respect for anyone who's fought for our country.
Well, I used to get the question when I go on long submarine patrols how I best protected my wife from Marines specifically. And I told them I would keep a can of shoe polish under the bed because I've never seen a Marine that wouldn't rather shine his shoes than fool around. Any Marines want to respond?
No, but Anson, can I tell you a little bit more about this little silver spotted thing? Okay, so this pooper catapult, I was curious. I was like, wait, why does it have to catapult its poop so far away? And then I learned that it's because it's predators. That's how they follow, and they call it frass. Guys, they call it frass. I'm going to refer to my poo from now on as frass, okay? So they follow the frass, and that's how they find them to eat them. So that's why they got to catapult them away.
Don't throw your frass at me.
I can only say, what?
I think frass is a total vibe. Like, what the frass? You gotta be frass and kidding me? Like, this is so much potential. Thank you, Beam.
I think so too.
Yes.
Who's frassing in the room?
There will be no frass on stage. Thank you very much.
Bima?
There's a new poll in the room, everybody. Please cast your votes.
A new poll?
A new poll! And if you don't vote purple,
This one's for you, Matt.
don't you vote green either, Matt. I'm watching you. All the suck-ups posting green.
Well, here's the thing. I feel slightly conflicted, ladies, because I thought Matt Cool was cool. But now I'm hearing what's going on? Some drama rooms where he's trash talking.
Tonight,
The mods and
we
the mods,
have
I
it.
hear it.
We have an excellent authority
What you
that
gonna
in
bring the
his
mods and the muff up for?
doxing room at Alan's on stage. So, Alan, tell me, what do you think about the In the Muff having all female mods? Are we wrong?
It was so
Are we
random.
wrong?
Irrelevant.
I'll stand a correction. I'll stand a correction if our reports are wrong. But you know, one time a while ago, you said Clubhouse runs through Monica. That sounds really bad now that I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's one of
But
those. I just stepped in it.
Everything Clubhouse, Monica is in the know about. So if I'm wrong, Matt, you can tell me and I'll apologize.
No, what's your
I don't think I'm wrong though.
Look, Matt voted like me. I win.
Matthew Collacious, you do have some comeuppance due.
I know, you need to come up.
Just take it like a man.
You see your full name, dude.
Come pay your penance.
We're gonna make you a mod and screenshot it and put it everywhere on Clubhouse so that everybody knows there's just female mods
That's a
in
muffin.
That's his own. For the record, I don't think that Anson nor Slippers is a badge. They're just honoring. Yeah.
That's true.
Actually, the dolphin is female. The dolphin's name is Anson.
Can I dox myself?
Yeah.
Why would you?
My address is one.
No!
You're such a turd. Why are you
Cell
frazzing?
phone number. You can Google me and
Why you gotta make us protect you like
let me
that?
tell you something.
Why you made me Yoda like some infidel?
If anybody's gonna waste their time on doing anything to me, they don't have much shit to do in their life.
Matt,
Yes, I can help you.
so we care about you.
Well, not why shoot my ass for having my real name up here. So I had to change it about a month ago.
Good. Good.
So we care about her too. We care about the babies and everybody.
But like I would legitimately kill somebody if they tried to come to this house. Like,
But
come
they want you alive, numbskull.
I know they do. Don't know. Sometimes I question their motives. But yes, I agree.
You know what I saw today?
What?
I saw, I was driving, and you know how like houses are like kind of close to the road sometimes? There was this postman, and he was delivering a box to this house, and all I saw was him start to run, and this English bulldog like viciously attacking him. And I thought to myself, damn, those things are supposed to be like, you know, the best temperament and all this other stuff. I was like, tisk, tisk, tisk. That's horrible. Yeah. But that's what I saw today. See, but my pitbull wouldn't have done that. My big, vicious looking, angry, solid, brolic, muscly, big headed, big jawed pitbull would have never.
Wait a minute. You just watched the English bulldog tear a hole in the postman? You didn't like honk your horn to distract the dog or?
No, I was like driving by, and in this, it's like you have to like slow down to like slowly go around, and all I saw was him like, I was already going around the corner, and he had thrown down the box, and he started to run, and I'm like, what happened? And then I see this dog, this English bulldog, like chasing him, and then all of a sudden he stopped, and the bulldog and that person grabbed the bulldog or whatever, but that's as much as I could. I'm guessing that that's kind of like.
So the postman wasn't injured?
Oh, I don't know about all that. I kept going.
Bima?
Yeah, it's fun.
How do you spell frass, Bima?
FRASS.
Okay. Let me show you what I did.
Yeah, it's fun. It's doing this again at 50 years old. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, MICK.
All right. PTR, Bima.
Sounds like Mickey Mouse Clubhouse at 50. I love it.
You know what this reminds me of, and I go all the way back to my high school years, which were in the 1950s, ancient history. But we had a boys, if you will, sorority called the Barons, and I've forgotten what the girls' sorority was, but it was whatever name. And I can guarantee you that the boys' sorority wanted to know what in the hell did they talk about and what was going on in that girls' sorority. The fact that I'm still staying on the stage reminds me that I'm trying to still gain insight into such a conundrum.
Have you ever seen Bluey before? Have you ever watched Bluey before?
I don't know what Bluey is.
I didn't.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I didn't know until about 6 months ago here. We got a Bluey dress today. Boy, somebody was excited.
I have read the book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and I tend to agree with that book. But of course, that was written in the 1960s, so nobody in here knows what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, everybody knows it. I don't.
Oh yeah, we know that book.
The problem with that book is that means that Mars and Venus are in the same solar system. See, I don't think women and men are in the same solar system.
Oh.
Well, I like that. Where's your wife? I need to talk to her right now.
Oh, shoot.
What I liked about the book is that it got people talking about some really cool stuff, and it kind of gave some insight, and it was also a little bit of levity to stuff, to important.
It's very akin to that book, Love and Respect. Have y'all read that one?
Hey, what is that little top thing on the top left of the profile pictures?
That indicates what you voted in the poll.
Oh wow! So I need to change my vote. Okay.
Yeah, that indicates what you voted in the poll. So basically, everybody knows how you voted, or if you voted.
He left without coming on stage. That
Of course he did.
Wow.
Hey, how about a Sunday drama room?
Wow.
Sunday Clubhouse drama room.
No,
Yeah.
I haven't had
Because we haven't had enough of that all week.
That would be huge.
No, Matt, you're fired.
Only if it can be fake drama. Can it be fake drama? Like drama roast?
Yeah.
Scarlett says no.
Here comes Phoebe.
Absolutely not.
Is it good if your wife ever asks you, "Are you done yet?"
Oh my God.
I don't know. Are you taking too long to eat? What are you doing, Matt?
Well, yeah, no, it's the dinner. The dinner meal takes. I mean,
Hi, BB.
BB's here to talk about TNA, so I'm gonna head out. Y'all have fun.
Oh, bye. Wait, Scarlett.
She's just hanging out in the back channel. Scarlett, stay here.
Yeah, you can't leave. I want you to look at the YouTube video. I found a video of, because it's the caterpillar, it's the silver spotted. So that's the butterfly. It's butterfly stage. That's what it looks like. But as a caterpillar, that's when it can fling the frass. And I found a video of it flinging there's even like a little. What was that? That's what it sounded like. It sounded like that's exactly what it sounded like. Watch, I have the video image. Oh my gosh.
And you think I'm crazy?
Tits and ass, BB, tits and ass.
Yeah, so check him out, tits and ass. Where's that beloved Roger?
He's otherwise disposed at the moment. You just have to keep an eye for him. He is logging in.
So, anyways, I was in what's his name's room like earlier with all the doxing. What is going on?
It's just ridiculous. It's men and a bunch of dick measuring contests. That's all.
Well, I'm in trouble right now with my companion because she's angry that I'm spending so much time on Clubhouse and she wants to know what I'm talking about. I was using my hearing aid, so I've now put you on speaker on my iPad, so keep it clean.
Hi,
Her name is Ann, if you would like to address her.
Hi, Ann.
We love Mr. Anson, but we concur. We love spending time with him, but he is yours. And you can still yell at him so that he can spend more time with you.
Keep it coming, ladies, because she's still pissed.
I'm not cleaning up your mess, Anson. You go get those flowers and be nice to her.
That's right.
Are you a little too addicted to this app that you're not giving her some TNA? Love. You're not giving her TNA love. Come on now.
We're not going to offend her.
Who is GLG? Hey, GLG. How are you?
The house, oh, go ahead, sorry.
That was you.
I was just going to say, that, Gary Baumgarten's house, Critical Thinking Forum, is the one that's going to stand the test of time, right? Because, I think because of him being in media, he knew that he had to curate his room more carefully based on the way things were going. And, he closed the chat, he moves people down. He did the kind of things that people tried to do earlier on in Clubhouse, but it seems to be sustainable. I'm not saying like in the muff won't last or whatever, but I do think it's interesting.
Well, wait a minute. Why are you talking about in the buff?
In
Jeez.
the
That's funny though. Now it'd be funny.
I'm only
But hold
saying.
on, Dr. J. Hold on, Dr. J. We're not competing with Gary Baumgarten's room.
Oh, I know,
No,
I
we're
know,
not.
I know.
Rational discussion might be competition for Gary, but that's not us.
No, I'm not at all competing. I just mentioned the room because we're in this room right now. I could have been in any room. I'm not saying, I'm not even encouraging you to use his tactics. It just occurred to me that, I've seen so much come and go on Clubhouse, and I was thinking, what is it? What's an example of a room that may have modified things that has given some sustainability? And maybe it's Gary's, maybe not.
I actually think, and this is not disrespect to Gary, but he is very strict. And I'm not going to go on Facebook to join a group to comment on a Clubhouse room for a few reasons. The primary one is that would be identifying me in the real world.
Oh, fair
and
enough.
as much as I like my ideas tested, there are malignants and malefactors on the app who would weaponize that. So that's one thing. So I can't participate in chat, and I'm not always available to join the stage. And I find the format pleasing to Gary, but not very accessible.
Totally, that's a fair criticism, critique.
Driver, I can assure you that I am not trying to compete with the popularity or whatever of Gary's room. And I acknowledge his expertise, etc. It's simply the fact that because maybe part of it is because of the size of the room, but you cannot have a conversation in Gary's room. Maybe that means, just like we're having a conversation right now, and it's a fairly large room. You need to be able to have conversations without all the rancor and all the bullshit. And Gary tends to, he doesn't tend to, he states his opinions, his views, caveated with I'm not an expert and I don't know and all that, but his views are dramatically against everything that Trump has been trying to do. I don't like Donald Trump. I've never voted for him. But I believe we should have a rational discussion, pros and cons, about specific problems and policies to address those problems, and not just the constant harangue against anything and everything GOP and Trump are trying to do. That's why I'm not trying to compete with Gary. I'm trying to offer an alternative for those that would care to have an honest conversation, a debate that is reasonable, polite, non-interruptive, and thank you for not interrupting me or anybody else. That's all I'm trying to do, because I do believe that there are some things, in fact several things, that Donald Trump and his administration are trying to do that I wholeheartedly support. Others, I think he's a total ass. I never voted for him. The way he promotes his policies, his hyperbole, his exaggeration, his lies, all of that stuff, I join with all the criticism that you can level at him. But underneath, there is an underlying, and God forbid I would say it, wisdom or correct perspective on how to achieve some things where America has been in a great, significant decline for the last 25 years, and not a single GOP or Democratic president or administration has been able to reverse that decline in the last 25 years. And that's all I'm trying to.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I value your expertise very much, and I didn't even know you started something new. If it's a new room, I didn't even know. I agree with you. I agree with you on your take on. I agree with you on your take on Trump. As far as Gary's room goes, I assume that he would rather have a conversational style like he had initially. But being in the media, I think he's got to be careful that things don't get out of hand and cause trouble for him professionally. So maybe, so I agree that it's not the optimal way, but it's the best way perhaps that works for him. But I mean, I value your expertise when you're in those rooms, and you also, you engage with people in a very professional and sophisticated way that speaks to your acumen and your experience. So that's what I like about Gary's room, is that I haven't been in there in the past few weeks very much, but he's had some high-level conversation, and then he still gets a couple people who may be difficult, is my guess, but I can't say because I haven't been in there much.
Well, I could just say, observe that right now in this room, you and I just had a perfectly reasonable conversation. And we need more of that, not all the bullshit that pervades Clubhouse. And I hope that there can be alternatives to that can advance the conversation and, God forbid, advance America's position in the world. Because I believe our position in the world has been gravely diminished over the last 25 years. And I don't see or hear anyone that has reasonable, rational observations about how to reverse that trend. All I hear is partisan bullshit most of the time, in the media, on Clubhouse, and elsewhere.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I because I'm fairly moderate, and as I've gotten older, and I think the trend for most people is, sorry for the background noise, people get more moderate as they get older, but that may not reflect everyone's experience. But to me, again, the dichotomy, if you're too extreme in your views, you almost become blindsided by, I don't want to say everyone who's extreme in their views is irrational, but you're more likely to become irrational and succumb to cognitive biases and distortions when you hold extreme views and only surround yourself with that kind of sentiment. So that's my opinion.
But of course, we cannot even arrive at a definition of what is an extreme view. We can't. Part of our greatest problem is that we can't agree on what in the hell's the problem we're trying to solve.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe this is one thing to pose to the room, because I don't want to talk too much, and I appreciate the discourse with you, is that, like the immigration thing, right? Maybe, in principle, I think that, people who come to this country illegally, are taking a risk. They're taking a risk that some other people chose not to do, right? And there's various reasons for that. At the same time, if you get picked up off the street, if you put yourself in the shoes of someone being picked up off the street and deported, it's like, I guess my point is, I have empathy for both sides, and I have to sit in someone else's shoes or try to maybe understand their perspective. And I'm not sure everybody tries to do that, nor should they, but that's something I've been trying to do. So I'm conflicted on many things.
I can only ask you one. I don't want to get. Pardon me, Serene, and all the rest of you. I'm not trying to dominate here, but I think one of the first and best contributions that Trump made to the well-being of the United States is to stop dead in its tracks the flow of extraordinary and rampant illegal immigration, illegal flight into our country. Any nation in the world needs to protect its borders. And part of that is people don't enter your country without legal permission. And if you violate that, I mean, we can argue about what legal permission should be and whether we should be much more open in allowing people to immigrate into our country. That's a legitimate debate. But to stop the rampant illegal mass, illegal entering our country without permission is something that Donald Trump achieved. He achieved it within about 2 or 3 months, and all it took was a change in who was in the White House. And, at least on that count, I'm not arguing about ICE. I'm not arguing about what we're doing now. I'm just saying that closing down the valve of rampant illegal immigration was a significant achievement, and I applaud him. And I could give other examples, but I won't elaborate on it. But that's just an example.
And I don't disagree with you. I think that's well said. You just explained the complexity of the issue, but it's poisoning the well. It's one thing to let people in if everybody's happy. It's another thing to let people in and get feedback that people are in this country, our own citizens are starving, trying to find jobs, what have you. That's a real valid concern. And I think you handled that issue really well. But I think what happens on Clubhouse is people run with labels and they don't get farther than a blurb. Thanks, or an explanation.
Boy, do I agree with that 100%. And I'll stop now and turn it back to let you gals worry about.
Well, we have a new poll.
Male chauvinism, but my God, what a great discussion, and we weren't trying to crap on each other's head. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Anson. Likewise.
So there's a new poll because I am curious about this because I saw a recent study, and let me see if I still have it in my 103 item collection of my PTR album. I might have recently deleted it though. There was an article about should Democrats recognize the successes of the Trump administration? Would it be better for their party if they acknowledge the things that are going well? And I don't know if I still have it, but the number was striking. So I'm going to have to go into my, looks like I have to go into my photo album in my phone because I must have just deleted it. But there was a high percentage of people that recommended the Democrats give the devil his due. Because it happens if you don't acknowledge the legitimate things that are going well, then when you're criticizing the things that aren't, nobody hears you. It's the boy who cries wolf. And that's a huge problem because liberals are very good at spotting fires. And so it would be beneficial if the significant dislike of Trump didn't interfere with your ability to see the bright spots.
And I would add to that, Scarlett, there is a grave inability on the part of opponents to Trump to acknowledge the things that are not going well, need corrective action, and then engage rationally in a discussion. And that's the place it should occur is in Congress, not in the media, etc., or the courts for that matter. But that's what Congress is for, a deliberative, democratic process. What is going wrong? What is going well? And democratic decisions as to how to advance the good and retard the bad. And that's one of the reasons that our great divide is accelerating, is because we can't even agree on the problems that need to be debated or the fucking courage to debate them and bring them to a vote and let democracy prevail. God damn it.
I found it was 74%, according to a smearcornish.com poll. I don't know that poll. Political interest of Democrats to publicly give Trump credit when he accomplishes something with which they concur. 76% agree that it is in the best interest of the Democrats. 24% disagree.
So why don't their leaders adhere to that?
Well, Anson,
pure politics.
One of the challenges with that is that it would be good for the party, and it may not be good for the individual politician. And they're always going to opt for what's good for their political career. So there's a problem. The leadership in the Democratic Party is hell-bent on opposing Trump at every turn because it advances their career. Hakeem Jeffries, it advances his career to be polarizing. So, yes, it would be good for the party. It would be bad for the individuals in office in the party.
I can respond, but I don't want to dominate.
Anson, go ahead. Nobody else is.
You can if you want to, but after this incident, did you get flowered?
The same could be said about the Republican Party. There's an allegiance to the party, and the preponderance of power, if you will, with inside the party, the parties, the two parties, there is not a preponderance of power as to what should be debated and decided democratically what is in the best interest of the nation. That sounds a little hokey, I suppose. I'm not trying to be profound, but I'm trying to get at some root causes, Joe, beyond just the individual congressman and party and so forth.
Well, I don't disagree with you at all. Only thing I would say is the word profound and politician rarely work and play well together. The worry that politicians, especially in purple states, are very concerned about being primaried by other Democrats. So it is a profound fear of theirs that they're going to lose their power if they act in a rational way.
Okay. I served from when I graduated from college, 1965 until 1988 in the Cold War. There were political differences during that time, but my God, step back. The country was united. how was that achieved? It was not because of one president or another. It was because of the consistency of Congress, the will of the people to win the Cold War.
Well, that was
The will of the people to win the Cold War dominated, and guess what? We won.
I would agree that that was a unifying aspect of that time. I would also remind you that there were conservative Democrats that all became Reagan Republicans. They were called Dixiecrats. And we had a different political landscape in both parties at that time.
And I served during that time. I was in the Pentagon for up towards the end of that time. Sure, I heard the disagreements, but I saw the unity. And that's what I'm trying to figure out how we can achieve today. A little different from between can men and women get together. Sorry to change the subject, lady.
No, it's all right. I did find this video about an election being won by a gentleman who was putting lots of ballots in the ballot box. And I know some states ballot harvesting and collection is legal, and I'm still interested in this. Link is in the chat. If he only won by 76 votes and he's on this video stuffing ballots into the ballot box, I think a new election is called for. Does anyone else agree or disagree?
I agree. I had to go look at the clip. So yeah, if he is, hold on, let me go back to the clip. If he is guilty of what they are accusing him of, stuffing a drop box with stacks of mail ballots, I would say so, Charlotte. Scarlett, I called you Charlotte. Sorry, Scarlett.
That's all right. Monica's actually fine. I just can't change my name again for another week or so. It happens when I play pranks. I don't know. There's a new Monica on the app. Baby JB, I think, is the user's name. I don't know who they are, but I do feel some sympathy if they are using the name Monica for the Clubhouse app. I wish them the best of luck with that.
Anson, will you leave?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be muted. I was responding to a comment in the chat.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to tell you before you leave, I've got a message for you from Doug.
Is it need to be delivered privately? Do y'all wanna, or
It was just some room topic ideas for Rush Registered.
nice. Frank, I did invite you up.
1968 was a perfect example of how things were not going right in our country. And Howard, I could not agree with you 100%. In 1968, I was a young lieutenant in the Navy. My wife had lived in Arlington. I saw what was going on in the country. I was spit on. Though I never served in Vietnam, I was spit on if I wore a uniform on an airplane. And I could not agree with you more that this country was going to hell in a handbasket. And we're not as bad now as we were then. We are
Speaking with the thickest
sure as hell not as good as I hope that we could be or should be.
Americans
We
can't
can
take
have
part
rational
in 6
discussions
days.
and resolve our disputes within Congress. The democratic way to resolve disputes, not with executive overreach or judicial overreach. It's Congress, the democratic way to resolve disputes. And we no longer have the ability to do that, and it really pisses me off.
Yeah, it's, I don't really have a problem with executive orders other than their permanent. And some of the executive orders that are as legislation that came out of both houses, that I agree with. There's nothing unlawful about executive orders. And utilizing the courts thoughtfully is a very constitutional way of resolving issues.
The problem is, it takes too long. The democratic process, as Churchill said, is too messy. And in today's world of unbelievable information exchange, it becomes a crisis that has to be resolved now rather than allowing the democratic process through Congress to democratically resolve the problem, the legal problems that we have. If they can write laws that were specific to the point and fix something rather than vague bullshit that is left to the courts to try to untangle. And the courts then become political in trying to untangle. That's part of our problem. You know, I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
I apologize. I'm not trying to preach.
No, it's always,
God bless you all. Like, well, never.
well, I just wanted to push back a little bit. I know maybe you have to go, but I just think this would be a discussion for another time.
Yeah, we're having the discussion now. And it's perfectly fine.
Oh, I was just referring, I don't know if he has to go.
No, I'll stay here and listen to you. I really, I observed your exchange with Brad a couple of days ago, so I'm sort of waiting, but go ahead.
Well, Bima is an anarchist, so. But she also at the same time likes to pull the legs of bugs.
Why do you keep
She
saying
likes to
that?
pull the
Wait, why
legs
are
of
you
bugs
saying that? That's so
because they're
weird,
not
baby. Baby, do you understand that that's weird? We talk about how nerd rumors, right?
But the bugs have gone evidence that
Hold on, wait, I know it was a joke. I know you're saying it as a joke, but I don't,
but you're not an analyst when it comes to bugs that are not existing, though, right?
Jesus, this is great.
No, you're fucking crazy lady.
Baby, I don't know why you keep saying that. That's not true. Why do you keep saying
Because I know
this is why Clubhouse, people are drawn sometimes to the drama. And if it was just about, if it was just topical, maybe we would all be pretty bored. I mean, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but the question is, what kind of rooms do you want to be in?
Lena, did you want to go ahead and address Anson? Mom.
I mean, I personally, you know, for me, you know, to be honest, I like both kind of rooms. Like some of it's entertaining, some of it's camaraderie. There's a us versus them mentality that can kind of be funny. Like let's say in Roger's rooms, he's maintained, and I'll give Scarlett the benefit for who's carrying on. You know, these are rooms where people have all kind of gotten heated and stuff and excited about topics. That's okay. And then there's other rooms where people, are more diplomatic. And this isn't a judgment of people. I guess it's just a question of what's preferred. And I'm not even sure. I mean, I was drawn to everything, so I'm just putting this out there.
Yeah, and also, Anson, I'm not sure what the Brad comment was about, but just in case, because I don't want to assume, Brad, for whatever reason, he doesn't like me, and he hasn't liked me for a really long time. I never address anything to Brad. Brad attacks me unprovoked. You can ask pretty much anybody, and he's done this for the entire. Hold on, Frank. Thank you. So I just want you to know that I know that you may like Brad, and I'm not saying don't like Brad. I'm just saying that Brad has an issue with me, and I don't speak to Brad because of that. For whatever reason, he has issues with me. So if you saw a situation, it was a self-defense, and it was probably one of those moments where I was absolutely exhausted by constantly being attacked, constantly verbally attacked and accosted, having nothing said to Brad ever at any point. Like I don't talk to him because I understand, and it's just Brad. He's very predictable. I understand how he operates, and I'm not interested.
He's very consistent. Yeah.
Brad and I have nothing in common other than the fact that we both served in the United States Navy. I'm not sure even that Brad served during the Cold War, but that's beside the point. So there's a commonality of being a brotherhood. It's having served in the United States Navy. I was a relatively senior officer when I finished. Brad was a bosun's mate. And God forbid, I love bosun's mates sometimes. But that I could tell you sea stories about that. But when it becomes, I don't support Brad and some of his views. And he remains respectful of me, but he disagrees with my views. All that's fine. But when it gets down to I can't even describe. It was my room. It was the room that I was running. And I had to leave for personal reasons. And it devolved into combat. And even Roger himself said, my God, if Uncle Anson hears this replay, he's going to go apeshit. I didn't go apeshit, but I was extraordinarily displeased with the way that conversation devolved into. And that's all I'm trying to prevent. And again, thank you, driver, or whoever you are over there. I mean, these are the kinds of things we ought to be able to do rationally without all the bullshit, all the Trump bullshit, and try to figure out a better way for this country to move forward rather than the steep decline that I have seen in this country for the last 25 years, at least since 9/11. And I will do everything I can do to try to reverse that trend, make that curve go back up in the right direction, not for me or anybody living on this stage, but for my kids and not for my kids even. Hell, they're in their 60s now. For my grandkids and my great-grandkids. I just think this country is going in the wrong direction, and until we can figure out a united way to reverse that trend, then we're still in great trouble.
Okay, so can I say something for a second? And I just want to make an observation from the outsider looking in, because contrary to the fact that I've been on stage, I'm actually still working. I've noticed that people do this thing where they say that they don't want to talk about people, then they continue to talk about people, then jump back into a topic having nothing to do with that said people they were itching to talk about. I'm going to be very honest with you. In listening to a lot of shit that's happened on this app and a lot of people that come in and out of these spaces, I'm going to have to call bullshit and say that some of y'all love the drama. Some of y'all love the drama. Some of y'all can't get enough of the drama. Y'all can't live without the drama. You can't get enough of the drama. Okay, so when people want to stop complaining about, why can't we get into these spaces and have this type of discord, without any of these problems? Well, hey, we've been given tools to use that, to deal with that. It's called the blacklist. But then you have the free speech committee that says, well, we shouldn't have to block people. They can say what they want to say. Y'all like the fucking drama.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you followed what happened, but I was going to talk to Ensign about rationality, and he had said something like, oh, I listened to your interaction with Brad the other day. He brought up Brad, I didn't bring up Brad. So I was just responding, letting him know that there is an interpersonal conflict with Brad and I, and it's never me talking to Brad. It's always Brad just attacking me unprovoked, and I guarantee you, Anthony, if you go back and you look at
that's not true.
Hold on. Well, the great thing is Anson has a replay, so Anson.
So the great thing is I've been able to observe you, and what you do is you say things about Brad behind his back. Then when he confronts you, you play the victim. So I'm not going to sit up here. Hold on, BB. I'm not going to allow you to do that, Bima. Stop it. And notice Brad is not here. Why are you so obsessed with talking about people when they're not here?
Did you not listen to what I just said? I was responding to Anson.
First of all,
hold on. Please stop.
With us your political
I was responding to Anson. Hold on. I didn't bring anything up. I was just responding to Anson.
Hold on, Dina. I'll throw the mic back to you. Adam, I just got back to my phone.
Yep.
Dude, I've had these same people blocked for 5 years. So, I mean, and they, I don't even want to say anything. So I feel like a room will be made if I even mention, anything. But, my point is I've had them consistently blocked for 5 years, and they're going to stay on block. So
I don't ever hear you complaining, though. Like, I never hear MG having these type of complaints, because quite frankly, I believe MG has these problems.
But she do.
Okay, then
Yeah, go ahead, Ensign.
All right. We were having what I was hoping we would have, a rational discussion about, hell, I don't even remember what the topic was. And I had to leave the room. That does not mean I am some super moderator bullshit. It just means we were having a great discussion. I had to leave the room. Roger stayed there, and he sort of stayed in the background. Because I asked Roger, I would like to have a rational discussion room rather than all the bullshit. And he said, I'll help you. And that's the genesis of that room. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. but I did not. But at any rate, we were having a rational discussion. I thought I had to leave. And then I came back several hours later after the room closed, and the bar fight that went on in that room, I'll guarantee you, if I had been in that room, I would have I don't even know how to kick people out of the room, but I'd have kicked both of your asses out of the room because you were so far beyond what I was trying to do in the room. So I'm not going to pick a fight and say Brad was right and you were wrong. I'm going to say, Brad, forgive me, but you and Dima went so far off the rails that you would have been in front of the green table with me and it was called a captain's mast, and I would have docked your pay, docked your rank, and told you if you ever do it again, you'd be going up for a goddamn court martial. I mean, forgive me, but both of you are wrong.
Anson, you're very kind and you're very naive. But I think when it comes to Beamer,
Naive.
why don't you share
Stop. Please stop talking. Please stop talking about me like that. Just stop, baby. I'm done with you tonight. I'm done with you tonight.
Political stance.
Stop. Anson, I just do you believe that during discussion, and I'm curious because I love the fact that you want to have a rational discussion room. That's definitely, I've been a part of them since I've come into this room or to come onto Clubhouse. That's why I was invited here. I've never had a problem outside of a very few select people, okay, and it's constantly those same select people. Now, my question to you is, if you were in that room and we were having a discussion and I had given my submission and then somebody else began a personal attack on my character, would you have stopped them at that point?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I need to know. And I can't wait to have a rational discussion room with you again, because I can guarantee you and I can promise you that I'd never use any type of circumstantial ad hominem or ever insult or attack anyone verbally or cost them unless I was defending myself. So that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you, and I apologize that the room dissolved into the way it did. I'll take responsibility for defending myself the way that I did, but only out of respect for you. And I know that if you were there, you would have, just as you stated, you would have stopped the initiator, and that's all that I need to know.
Again,
both of your asses out of the room.
Thank you, Anson. Because again, she likes to play the victim, and I'm not trying to gang up on you, Bima, but you take this perception of least resistance when, again, you're not defending yourself when you've been attacked. You're defending yourself after somebody came at you with you flapping and running your mouth because you like to talk. And that is the reason why the man keeps coming after you.
Anson has a recording. Anson, if you believe and value truth, I encourage you to go back and listen to the recording again. I don't even need to, this happened, I don't know how many, a week ago now. It was on education. I can guarantee you right now, without even listening to it, if you listen to it, my submission was purely on education. That's the only thing it was about. And as soon as I stopped talking, I was verbally attacked by Brad, as always, because that's always what happens. My personal character is attacked. Now, all I'm saying
because you
is,
keep talking about the man while he's not present, like you're doing right now.
Hold on.
This is the whole point.
Well, first of all, do you think that that's fair when I was responding to Anson?
No, you have the option
so
to
I
not
shouldn't be
engage
having a conversation with
Bima, you're using it as an excuse to go after Brad again. This is what you do. This is circular behavior.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, this is a pattern. You're right, it is crazy.
It
is crazy.
Rational. You're saying that I should respond to Anson.
To excuse her own behavior.
Right, okay. We're talking about two of the biggest drama queens on this app. One, Adams, who constantly uses a big mic, came into the room the other day.
We're not bringing our listeners' drama into this thing.
Of course, you wouldn't want to.
What was the topic of that room?
Go ahead.
Remember?
Hilarious. Well done, Adam.
Bima, what was the topic of that room? Was it the history in the making? Is history being made today?
It was about education.
The one about education.
May I say one thing? I'm new here, and I joined the room because it said common sense on Clubhouse, and I'm amazed that none of you can recognize the principles of judging not and not judging other people and condemning. We have to learn that everyone is different. Everyone is coming from a different perspective, and I think the room needs to take a big break. I was coming to talk about the presidency and how I think we need to overthrow the government calmly. But I was just astonished at the room, and I just ask all of you to take a breath and to continue the discussions. I'm just a fly in the wall, but I just ask you to judge not.
Fantastic. And again, I'm hold on. As a person participating in that conversation that you seem to have a problem with, thank you very much for your unsolicited morality advice. Would anybody else like to speak?
No problem, anytime.
We're not here to virtue signal. We're here to try and understand each other, no matter where we come from. And sometimes people come from different places with honest intentions and honest convictions, but there are also some people who come with opinions that are not that honest, and that's, I think, what is actually the disease at this point in time when it comes to politics. Because in the past, as Anthony was saying, it's like, you could be left, you could be right, but there was an end game, and it was about reaching some kind of consensus that was supposed to be the best overall. But today, that's kind of like a little bit blurred.
That's a good point, BB. Let me ask you, do you think that it's rational to continue to tell people tonight that I've been pulling the legs off of bugs when that was never said, done, or anything? Like, can you explain how that plays into rational discussion?
Do you like playing the victim?
Adams, no, but you do, apparently. This is why you're the only one that's speaking.
That it was non-native bug, right? You're very adamant.
BB, I never said that, but you made that up. You made that up, and you've been telling this. At first, I thought you were joking. But then you kept saying. Hold on, BB, I've never even thought about doing that. This is just made up bullshit, and it's weird. It's weird.
Oh, you are weird, honey. And then you said, "Oh, I'm gonna let the chicken eat it."
Because I couldn't kill it. That's why. I didn't say that I pulled the legs off of the bug. And I did let the bug go. I did.
You are adamant it's a non-native.
Right, no. Not only non-native, it has no predators, and there's a literal campaign because of the industry in the state that I'm in. It's a $7 billion industry. This bug came here from another continent in the 2020, and it's right, but because it doesn't have any predators, and because it can do the things that it does, lay eggs on anything, and it feeds off of the hops and the grapes of this particular billion-dollar industry in the state. It's an invasive bug, and it's dangerous. And that's all that I was talking about. I was educating, like I educate everybody on all the other bugs that I talk about. Today we talked about another butterfly. So I was just giving information. I was giving information about the lantern. I was giving information about the lanternfly. That's it. Today we talked about the silver-spotted skipper. Okay. Yesterday we talked about the golden. We talk about different bugs all the time, BB. I didn't pull the legs off of bugs.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even kill the bug.
Sorry.
I didn't even kill it. And it's weird that you keep saying that I did.
It seems like you changed the subject of the room. Common sense on Clubhouse. And God almighty, do I agree with that. How do we achieve it? Common sense. There's a guy down here in the audience, Alan. sergeant's views on Trump specifically. And yet, he has a new room called the Brain Trust. And we have rational discussions, common sense, mutual respect, even though we vehemently disagree. Now that's a small room, not popular or anything like that. But we need more rooms like that, where Allen, who wants to impeach Trump, and of course I strongly disagree with that, but we can have rational discussions about it without all the bullshit. And somehow I think, well, Allen and I have maintained a degree of mutual respect despite our disagreements about the headlines, if you will. What Allen and I need to do is get underneath the headlines, understand the underlying problems, and then argue about the solutions. But we first have to agree on what the hell the underlying problems are. He thinks it's Trump. I think it's much deeper and broader than that. And we can have a rational discussion about that, be productive, remain polite, etc. And that's what we need more of on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but you represent a time where politics was a little bit less dishonest than it is today. Politics in my era were as divisive. My God, I voted for Goldwater, for Christ's sakes. The first time I could vote in the United States. I mean, my God, our politics has been divisive. But the intention, no matter the division, the intentions were right. No matter the division. It's not the case.
That's your opinion, baby.
Yeah, I would say that politics hasn't changed that much, but the media and social media has created so much noise and so many different platforms that you cannot escape it, and that is what's changed.
I think Bibi just said something terribly fascinating, and I wish we could just listen for a minute to why she believes that the intent of Goldwater and the intent of Trump are different.
The intent of Trump is to save America, to make it great again.
Well, okay, but Bibi, I don't know.
Every politician represents an era. Just like fashion, just like art, just like celebrities, just like everything else. It will always be the case. It's all interlinked. So if Trump is in power today, it's because the people who elected Trump made Trump, right? He was a TV host. So was Hegseth. This is the era we live in today. Nothing is any more different than it was. The only thing that's changed is, I don't know exactly what that is, but there's
nothing's
more
new under the sun.
There is less innocence.
There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that is has already been. Your opinion just sucks. That's the problem.
And therefore, oppositions also have to be more ruthless within the way they perceive things, the way they talk about things, the way they express things. And that's what it is. It's like you can't have so what is it? So the left,
it's like you just keep going and you go and you keep talking about nothing, you just keep going on and on.
Who's like, oh no, you can't be deporting people. It's it's against human rights. But then at the same time, pulling off the legs of a fucking bug because it's a non-native. Do you understand what I'm
saying? Oh, come on.
can I have a discussion with Bibi here for a minute? Because she's saying something that is interesting, and I'd like to help her with her point of view a little bit. If Anson mentioned the Goldwater election, now that was 1964, and in that election, television was just in its infancy, and there was a commercial that was made for that campaign, for the Goldwater campaign, that you can find on YouTube. And it was about a little girl that was in a field counting flowers, and an atom bomb was dropped on that little girl. And I'm not even sure that I've got the visual right. I'm sure Anson remembers the commercial. The point I'm trying to get to is that what is different today is the information technology that we have. In 1964, we never could have had the kind of conversation that we're having. And my brother Anson, who I deeply respect, even though I disagree with him, is from a different era. I agree with that. So am I, to some extent. But we can comment on what technologies have significantly impacted the change in generation. And I would submit to you that the technology has been a part of the American political system for at least 80 years. And it needs to be calculated into these discussions. And I'll leave it there. Thank you for not interrupting me.
Yeah, but how are we disagreeing on anything you said?
Boy, I am looking forward to Scott and Howard. I just brought them up to the stage, and I really look forward to their comments, because I think this is a really important discussion, guys.
Hey, Anson, thank you. And Alan, I just posted in chat a copy of that famous Goldwater ad. I want to say, though, didn't it come from the LBJ campaign?
Yes, it did. I guess it's a little confusing because you're absolutely right. It did come from the LBJ campaign, but it was objected to so widely that LBJ took it off the air. I think it was only run once or twice. And I think that I love this point that you're making, because what we had in 1964 that we do not have now was a strong FCC that acted as a neutral arbitrator. And Ronald Reagan, who I think in many ways was a great president and in many ways was not, he was sure as heck not as conservative as many people think. That's not what this room is about. But he tore apart the FCC. And I think we are suffering greatly because of it. And thank you for posting the video, because I think it's great.
Well, I'm going to jump in here just for a second, because I marvel at the fact that Alan, Scott, and Howard are on the stage and listening to my bullshit. And God forbid, guys, have at it. Because we need,
Addison, don't sell yourself.
Don't interrupt me, Howard, Scott. We need rational discussions, and I swear to God, I'll listen to everything you guys have to say, and I may respond, but I'm going to give you every opportunity to address the fundamental. I'm not talking about the specifics of federal forces in D.C. or Trump as a mayor's or whatever. I'm talking about the fundamental things that we're just failing to be able to resolve in this country. Have at it, Scott, Howard. Listen, this is a great room. As far as I'm.
The problem with Alan and Scott and a lot of people that I'm trying to point out is that we're $37 trillion in debt. So if you're going to complain about the FCC in 1968, I got to tell you, it's 2025. We're $37 trillion in debt and have $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. If you gentlemen aren't fiscally responsible or conservative in your own life, you're going to have to get fiscally conservative for your government, because you can't keep borrowing.
First of all, wait, Alan. I'm talking a hell of a lot more about fiscal responsibility and all that. I'm talking about what I see as the fundamental decline of this country. It's been going on for 25 years,
and I'm looking for solutions. And I want to hear Alan, Scott, and Howard, and I don't want to hear objections about specifics right now.
I was in a room the other day, and I don't think you were there, Anson, where I was trying desperately to make the point that your Obamacare premium was a function of your income. And I was called a liar. I was told I didn't know what I was talking about. It's this kind of thing that makes it a problem. So thank you for trying to moderate in a good way. Secondly, Mojo, you know nothing about my economics. And I'm not going to debate it with you. I have no need to share my own economic success. I would just say that in spite of a significant disability, I'm better off than many, many Americans because I worked very hard and I'm actually quite conservative. But I absolutely insist on truthfulness. And that's where I think you and I may have a problem.
By the way, more truthful than me?
Yes, I am.
Well, it's just like your opinion, Alan.
No, I do. Well,
yeah, that is your opinion.
Well, hold on.
Mojo.
Have you come into other rooms? Under a different name?
Yeah, I've got a lot of accounts here. The point is, I'm sharing information and my opinion, and I don't know why people think your opinion supersedes other people's opinions. It's just
how
opinion.
the fuck you got away with manipulating and getting away for so long on this fucking app.
Well, you see, you can't tell me how to use the app. I use it the way I want to use it. You use it the way you want to use it, and therefore it's just your opinion that you don't like the way I use it.
Because, I don't know what your stand is, like, what are you supporting, what are you...
I don't know, let's create a room tomorrow, or maybe Monday. Let's come up with a topic right now for Monday afternoon.
I've done this, BB, and what I've discovered is, number one, Mojo would have voted against the big bad bill. Maybe not for the same reasons that I would have, but if he's going to run for Congress, he needs to be held accountable for what he says. Number two.
Yeah, and Alan, I was placating you when I said that Congress should arrest Donald Trump. I was making fun of you, but you were too dim to understand that I was teasing.
No, I wasn't too dim. I understood that you might be teasing me.
Interrupting a discussion that, for some reason, I'm not even able to participate in. So you're interrupting, as you always do, Mojo. Let other people speak.
I want to finish the point, Mojo. I have you on record, on a recording, saying you would impeach Donald Trump, and you can't deny that. I knew what you were doing. I wasn't that dim. Thank you.
Again, I was making fun of you, and it's illegal to make recordings of people on this app, Alan. Don't you know?
It is not illegal. Mojo, stop. That room was recorded. You know it was recorded.
All right, well,
it was documented as being recorded.
Look at the replay. I'm going to go listen to it and see what I said. Please hold.
Okay, well, that's going to take an hour and a half, so we can go on.
I'm just saying, if you've got Trump derangement syndrome, you got American derangement syndrome. Trump was voted in by the people to rectify the problem.
Anson,
not to create more
throw him off, or I
to
leave.
rectify the problem.
Okay, goodbye. I'm not running this room, so Anson, if you can't throw him off the stage,
That's rage-quitting, Alan. Don't rage quit.
I'm trying to mute both of you, and I don't know how to do it. Scott, Howard,
When you say the decline of 25 years or 27 years, what is specifically, like, what decline are you talking about? Because that could mean a lot of things.
Okay. Obviously, 25 years ago, we had a balanced budget, about $1 trillion or so national debt. Look at us today. Look at our inability to successfully resolve the conflict against terrorism. Bush said it was a generational war. We're still fighting it. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, a military disaster as far as I'm concerned in terms of the military. The geostrategic instability in the world. Scott, you've heard me say this, but based on my experience, from my professional experience from 1965 up to whatever, and I was on the tip of the spear of nuclear deterrence. That has been degraded, and I firmly believe, that we are closer to nuclear war today, not because of geostrategic instability. And part of that, a significant part of that, is the American inability to create stability, which I call deterrence. Deterrence is weaker now than it's ever been in my professional lifetime. I believe we're in trouble, and we're getting deeper in trouble on those broad subjects. And that's why I make the comment that I do, and thank you for not interrupting, and I welcome your ability, your response to those kinds of
Yeah, I think a couple things. So I think I agree about the deterrence thing, and I think if I were Ukraine right now, I'd be trying to get a nuke. And everybody, if I was any other country that was anxious about its defenses, I would be trying to get a nuke because, yeah, I mean, I think that's a problem. But I would say, so I think if we're saying that past 25 years of decline, that's one way to frame it, and I think it's not unfair. But I think what we're seeing right now, there's a scholar, Gary Gersel, who's written The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order, right? And his work, I mean, he thinks that we have these political orders. The last major one in the 20th century, he thinks, was the New Deal, right? New Deal liberalism. And what you have when you have a political order is it annexes the opponents, right? So what happens is like you get, for instance, you get after FDR, what does Eisenhower come in and do? Does he become a spendthrift and clamp down the state? No, he expands the state, right? He expands infrastructure. He's part of the New Deal order, right? So the New Deal order gives way to neoliberalism, right? Which sort of, begins on the cusp of Jimmy Carter. Reagan really brings it in. And that's where, markets are seen as superior to government. It's the area, and it includes, and that's the new order because it sort of, you look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton is much closer to Ronald Reagan than he is to FDR, right? I mean, that's, the era of big government is over. I mean, that sort of thing, that was the breath of victory of Reaganism, right? Clinton was really a Reaganite. So that order, the neoliberal order, is eroding. Okay, it's tattering. It's coming to a close. I mean, I think a couple things have caused it to weaken. One, you look at the financial crisis of preceding Obama. That really crushed people's confidence in the global economy, in the neoliberal sort of free trade, free market stuff. You look at Iraq and Afghanistan have eroded people's confidence in internationalism and international agreements and sort of international law and international interventions, right? And I think also the faith in democracy. China's success, rapid success, without democracy, right, makes the Davos crowd and stuff enamored with China, and there's just cynicism about democracy, just culture in a culture-wide way. So I don't know, like maybe it's decline, but I just think there's a fundamental paradigm shift that Trump has responded to, right? That Trump is the right-wing response, the populist response to these problems, right? And so I think Trump is pretty effective as far as he's reacting against all of the erosions that we see declining in like the 2000s, sort of pre-Obama. Now, I think the left hasn't come up with a response to the end of neoliberalism. We ran the neoliberal candidate. We ran Kamala Harris, right, running around with Liz Cheney saying the neoliberal system isn't that bad and Trump's going to blow it up. People wanted it blown up. That's the thing. People wanted the system blown up. And we didn't offer somebody to blow it up, right? We offered. Now, it's interesting. I'm not a Mamdani fan. I don't like the anti-Semitism. But he is closer to the sort of response to an erosion of neoliberalism, right? So how do we sort of get the deficit straight? People don't care about that. I don't know that it is possible because nobody gets votes on it, right? Nobody has the political will to do it because it's not what people care about. People care about, now again, we might want to say that they're concerned about prices. They're going to be, that stuff's all going to be bad when the inflation skyrockets and all that stuff. But that's abstract for people. So I don't think the debt is something that will be dealt with in a reasonable way because there's just not, it's not something that's existentially or practically a concern of any American.
So Scott, what about
wait, Alan.
Yeah.
A major breakthrough, as far as I'm concerned. Scott seemed to agree with my assertion that American, whatever you want to call it, social fabric, geopolitical influence, whatever you want to call it, a debt, deficit, America has been in decline for 25 years or more. The question is how not, let's accept that agreement. And that decline has occurred over how many, Republican and Democrat administrations. There is a fundamental problem in America that we need to address, and it's not going to come from a Democrat administration or a Republican administration. The fact that we have a blip and we have a recession or not a recession, or things change, interest rates go up 1% or 5%, there is a fundamental decline in America. And I'm trying to understand and develop ideas, and because of my age, I have to go back to what I thought of, and looking in hindsight, during the Cold War, Scott, there was far more unity in this country than there has been since 9/11. I firmly believe that. Why? And what can we do to fix it?
Yeah, I think that the advantage you have in the Cold War, right, is you have an enemy, right, and you have an illogical enemy, right? There's a way of life that is so opposed, and with a chief competitor, a superpower, right? We had a superpower rival, which did bring the country together. And I think, there's a really interesting book, The Clash of Civilizations. It's an older book, The Huntington, but it's well worth reading if you don't know it. And Huntington's writing in the 80s, I think it was late 80s, but he was sort of saying, after the fall of communism, he's thinking, he called that the age of ideology, right? That the age of ideology gives way to civilizational clash. It's no longer communism versus capitalism, the Western capitalist free society versus the Eastern Empire. It's several different cultural regions, right? You've got Eastern Orthodox Russia, you've got the Christian sort of democratic West, you've got China, you've got so he breaks into like these socio-cultural orders. And he says what's going to happen is all the conflicts will be in the border regions. He predicts Ukraine in the 80s. He's like, because Ukraine doesn't exist in this sort of Judeo-Christian West, the Catholic Protestants or West, or the Eastern Orthodox Slavic East. It's on the border. So I think with the civilizational conflict, it is tougher. Also, I think we're pluralist multiculturalism makes things harder. You know, it's interesting when they do studies. There's a study in England. It's shocking how many, and you can find correlative studies like this among American millennials and stuff. It's shocking how many people don't think it's important to live in a liberal democracy, right? That there's the relativism is seeped into democratic ways of life. So all these things are real. And at the same time, our GDP is doing pretty well. Like this is the thing about decline. Like we're far surpassing growth in the rest of the world, right? I mean, this is the interesting thing about Trump's narrative sometimes, that we're this victim nation, right? That everyone's taking advantage of us. We're still doing far better than even China and anything close to our global competitors. So, I mean, I think if we might be facing a decline in political culture as far as being able to do big things. I agree with that. I mean, part of it is our system is designed to need substantial majorities, but you can't really run America on narrow majorities the way you can a Westminster parliamentary system like Canada or the UK or something, right? So to do big things in America, you can't do it on narrow majorities. And we're a partisan, we're tribal and partisan, and you can't do much with a narrow majority. So while I think our GDP might be increasing and we might be winners in the global economy, our political culture doesn't lend itself to solve a big problem like increasing deficit.
Well, everything you said, first of all, we agree that there's a major decline. But everything you've said is a description of why we've been unable to stop that decline. I have some specific ideas, fundamental ideas, as to how to stop the decline. And I would be, I'm not going to argue those. For example, I have said for over 2 decades now that the K-12 education system in America is a national security crisis. We are dumbing down America. Now, we can debate that forever, but that's a specific thing that I believe we need to fix. We need to better educate the citizens of America. I think you'd agree with that, and then we can argue about how best to do that. I believe there is a smog over our major metropolitan areas. And I don't mean environmental pollution. I mean a degradation in homelessness, graffiti, respect for law and order, crime rate, whatever. And I don't want to argue the specifics. I just make the assertion that our major metropolitan areas have gone downhill in terms of social fabric, etc., over the last 25 years. And I'm looking for solutions for that. And we can, at least I want to agree that those are problems. And then we can debate with all the vigor you want to debate the best way to solve them. But we have to agree that they are problems and not just talk about how hard it is to fix the problems. I want to get down to specifics about what I think needs to be done to fix the problems, you think needs to be done to fix the problems, and have a rational discussion on that. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Like when you say something about urban decline, right? Like I live in.
I think it's terrible. I think urban decline is terrible.
Like I live in a pretty major city, right? I live in the 6th largest city in the country, Philadelphia. I live right in the middle of it. I mean, I can walk to City Hall. That's complex because our crime is down in Philadelphia, right? Crime is down in most of the country, right? Now, so I wouldn't say, with regard to crime, Philadelphia is in drastic decline. Now, I will say we're facing a public transit crisis, and that's a mini crisis. I mean, SEPTA, which is a great public transit system in the country, is facing, Harrisburg wants to defund us. The Republicans want to cut significant spending, which would kill us, and we're facing, it's a big a lot of people are talking right now because we're facing severe service limitations, which would have economic impacts, right? I mean, people not able to get to work and to other things as easily because a lot of people in the city, depend on public transit. So that I would say is a crisis. So I just think urban life, it's complex, right? I mean, so I wouldn't say my city. With regard to drugs, yes, there's a part of the city that's Kensington, which is worldwide famous. There were documentaries about it. So we do have an opioid crisis. So I mean, I just think overall the climate is it's tough to know. It's tough for me to comment on that unless I know what we're talking about, right? Because I think it's just a complex description, like what's going on in, say, an urban center like.
Okay, Al, go ahead. Scott and I exchanged legitimate views back and forth. Basically, I think I heard him say that he's not very worried about the decline or the smog, as I call it, in Philadelphia. And therefore, it's not a priority that we need to address. But that's a detail. Scott and I can argue about that, and I sure as hell don't live in Philadelphia. But go ahead, Alan. You want?
Anson, thank you, and thank you for running an organized discussion. I really appreciate that. It's not an easy skill. Thank you. I would like to go back to what Scott was talking about, and you were talking about also, about when things were running well. And I would point to the time you were talking about in 1992 to 2000, we actually did have a balanced budget. And this is not Democrat or Republican, but the person who was president was somebody I voted against twice. And yet he was a competent president. And I think part of the reason he was a competent president is he had run a state for many years that had to have a balanced budget.
And I agree. I support Bill. I like Bill Clinton.
You have to put a lot of cops on the street.
Yeah, and I think
I agree with that. Good for him.
One of the real problems we have is this horrible attack on competency. And I appreciate very much, Anson, you trying not to make it about Trump, so I'm not going to go there. But I do think that once this presidency is over, we should, and I wrote a paper in college on this, we should change the Constitution to limit who can run for president, because the captain of the ship, Anson, does matter.
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there, legitimately, because I get the power of being a moderator, thank God. You and I absolutely, if I could point to the most basic fundamental reason I think America is in decline, it's the lack of competency. And that is related to what I call the national security crisis of K-12 education. We lack the competence across all parties to be able to figure out how to move forward in times of great stress.
We agree. So we agree on a hell of a lot more.
We agree on competency. Now, we can argue whether it's Democrat or Republican, but we can agree on we have a terrible lack of competency at the highest levels in this country.
And that is a function of experience. That's where we may disagree. I don't know whether you would disagree with that or not, but I say that's a function of experience. When politics, and Scott and I may get into it over this, and I don't want to argue with him because he's my friend, and I appreciate his help when we have it, but I do think that your objection to his imitation of Trump is based on a feeling that politics should not be entertainment. It is serious, and I don't know where that.
We should have a basic fundamental respect for the office of the presidency, not mock it, but offer constructive alternatives to what that office is trying to do.
I could not mock the office any more than the occupant does. I mean, that would be impossible.
Well, Scott, that's where you and I disagree, and you know how, it's really got.
Trump doesn't make a mockery of the office very often, Anson.
And I'd like to acknowledge the other mods on the stage as well. And also welcome Jason and Double and Bima back to the room too. Y'all please feel free to also jump in the conversation.
I'm sorry.
I mean, Anson, when Donald Trump is asked by, and this is a favorable interviewer, this isn't a gotcha question, or no, maybe it wasn't. I'm sorry, it was CNN or something. They asked him, he showed you, he had the Declaration of Independence, right, up. And they said, what does this document mean? And he says, it's like a document of unity and love. I mean, love. I mean, this is the most acerbic. I mean, the aspersions. First off, half the things Jefferson said in there, a lot of the things weren't true. But when you have such a vacuous answer about one of the founding documents of the country, that's kind of a mockery of the office. I mean, right, when you're that ignorant of basic American history, which I'll say for Putin, I watched Tucker's whole interview with Putin, and I thought, you know what, it'd be great to have a leader that knew the history of the country, which Putin does. I mean, I think there's just so many things that Trump does that are just, and this isn't like saying everything the guy does is terrible.
I'm gonna shut you down because somebody said other people want to get into this, so let's let Jason and everybody else weigh in. I apologize for
no problem, buddy.
I certainly don't mind the discussion continuing, but I want to make it a point to acknowledge that there are also other people on the stage, and if they have anything that they want to interject, they're more than welcome.
Well, I do think Anson is right to highlight a decline in the U.S. over the past 25 years, and it's not necessarily going to be something that you can locate in an economic decline, a military decline necessarily, or a decline in our institutions. But I think there is a decline in public government. There is a decline in our ability and the level at which we try to address political problems, political concerns. And it may be, I think, one hard challenge for people proposing changes is that we have to ask ourselves, given that there was a decline, then something is different now, and that's maybe why we have a decline. But the things that, if we're proposing solutions that aren't ultimately about restoring some kind of balance or sorting out or addressing the causes of the decline, if we're proposing things that are changes that weren't there in the past, we have to ask ourselves, why do we think those will work? They weren't a problem before. Why are they a problem now? And I think when we look at a lot of people on the left and a lot of progressives, a lot of people basically don't support the right. They are not conservative in the most liberal sense or in the broadest sense of that word, which is applying old solutions to new problems, which is to say using time-tested strategies. And so they propose all kinds of crazy things. They really want to uproot and undermine the American system. They don't see it that way, but it's what they're doing, and it is a big problem. For example, qualifications for office. We've never had qualifications for office. Why all of a sudden do we need the president to be qualified? Targeting hate speech. Where the countries with freedom of speech, people are worried about fascism, whatever. The countries with freedom of speech are those the countries that went Nazi. And back in the 40s, the U.S. was so much better at policing speech, and that's why we didn't go Nazi. I mean, there are a lot of ideas coming from that side of the aisle that are about destroying America. They're fundamentally about destroying America. They're about destroying an open and decentralized society. so Trump, he is, there is a silver lining. There will be almost no federal government left, hopefully, when he's done, and no one will be able to entertain crazy ideas like this.
Jason, can I just ask you, I want to make sure I heard you right. You don't think there should be any qualification for someone to be the president of the United States, is that right?
I don't think there's any way to argue that's the problem. It was not a problem before.
But we lived in a world before that was simpler. Let me give you a classic example, and this is one I struggle with in my own thinking. Harry Truman, who is one of the presidents that I have a high degree of respect for. I didn't growing up, but the more I've read about him and the more I've studied him, that guy had a lot of courage. He did not have a college education. He was brilliant. He did not have a college education. If I were to propose a national amendment that we discuss in our country to change qualifications for president, one of them would be that they have a college degree. Another one would be that the presidency is not their first political office. So I don't want to make this about Trump specifically, but I think if your point is that we shouldn't have qualifications to be the president of the United States, other than that you're born in the United States and you're 35 years old, I just disagree with you, and we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I think this is more an example of fixating on something that probably doesn't explain the decline, because it was true before the decline as well as after. And there are a lot of things that progressives want to do to make America better that are of that character, where it's like, well, I can give you a long list. I won't. I'll just talk about those two because I think we've both seen them on here. Or the Electoral College is the third one, right? I mean, if America is in decline because of the Electoral College, that decline probably started a long, long time ago, right? And the same thing, qualifications for office, lack of controls of hate speech. I mean, the U.S. hasn't had these things ever. So if these are the cause of the problem, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, I mean, lack of qualification for the presidential office, that's like 200 years old. It took 200 years before the decline set in. I don't think that's what it is. So it's not targeted. And if it's not targeted, then it's like just, I don't know, just treating the public policy like a laboratory or something, you know?
Well, we'll disagree on that one. Thank you. Oh, and Anson, just before I close my mic, I don't ever want to argue with you about whether we're in decline. I think Scott and I would agree with you. I think the other day in the room, nobody disagreed with you. So we don't have to establish that point. The question is what to do about it. Thank you.
I'd like to get in the queue.
Yeah, go ahead, Double.
I mean, I think a big issue facing not only the United States but also many Western or actually just developed societies, with the one exception of Israel, is below replacement fertility rates. How can this be addressed in the 21st century? I think we should be looking to men like Elon Musk. He is quite a fertile man, and if we actually dig in, a lot of it's not public or not well advertised. Some of the strategies and technologies he's employed to himself have a fairly high fertility rate, actually extremely high fertility rate. He's well into the double digits, he already into the triple digits. And we can expect certainly within 10 years that he'll be into the quadruple digits. He will be the most reproductive man in history, exceeding Genghis Khan.
same, thing. But it's just like, it's just viewed differently, and it's viewed as very sympathetic, and the family gets, poor things, and same with addiction too, actually. People, I never thought, like Jamie, you were saying at the beginning, you have a friend who's a drug addict. I never,
Celebrity decline of the social fabric of the world. For that
Respectfully, Edson, I don't think you properly looked at the Democratic.
I'm just quoting a book by a pretty good author, so maybe I'm wrong. But world population has gone up at a hell of a rate.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
So it sounds like it's going to be a boring room anyways. I don't know why he recycles topics.
Yeah,
He can't like.
so I agree. So in terms of genetic drift and genetic shift, this notion of the progeny of someone who, arguably has some psychopathic traits.
I can do that kind of shit. And then they call me all kinds of really racist stuff. And that was kind of funny.
Or psychopaths.
Like we are now we are focused on each other tonight.
Raising dozens of children or creating them, quite frankly. I'm in a bit of a loss for words because this is the last thing we want. It's like we want to outbreed the Trumps and the Musks, right? These are people who bring with them DNA. It's like junk DNA. It's not junk DNA. We don't want that in our genome. We want to dilute that. So I just think it's remarkable that we would use Musk as a model. Of course he wants to have as many progeny and offspring as possible. That goes with his personality disorder. So I think we just need to rethink the notion of virility and what it means to add his chromosomal DNA to the gene.
Yeah, that warrior strategy is really flawed. First of all, you chose an unsympathetic example. There are much better ways to discuss the importance of below replacement to our in many communities besides referencing a hated and out weird figure. Second of all, you didn't really respond to Anson's question, which is actually much more interesting than what to do about Elon Musk or how we're different from Elon Musk. No one is going to be like Elon Musk. So it's a big failure. And you really should work with me to go over some of the advanced interview techniques. I would be happy to provide consulting.
Medicine don't know that it's, to take the
Kick me and I'll come and record you.
I don't know the correct answer for this stuff here. It's sad, but unfortunately.
I guess he's smashed. Get your questions real quick. So when you mentioned Philadelphia, is that the area where they had that like trank drug epidemic over there where people are zombies?
Yeah. It's crazy. I'm talking about, it's like a movie. You ride through it. If you ever come to Philadelphia, ride through it, you're not going to believe this, man. It's like really crazy.
Well, I see videos of that, and that's literally The Walking Dead.
it's so random that it's just in Philadelphia. Like, why Philadelphia?
That's what I always say. I always say that the mayor trying to clean it up. She had a thing where she was locking people up if they stayed on a certain day, like for loitering. But it just always come right back. Mayor come in, try to clean it up. It just goes right back. I don't know if it's somewhere with the clouds right there. I don't know what it is, but I wish I could.
It's just random, I guess. You don't hear about it anywhere else.
leaving in a hurry. He's gonna be removed. I love Cena. He's a loyal friend.
He's a nice guy.
Bree, you can't choose a side, Bree. What the fuck? You're in that cockroach of spaces? This isn't a place for fence sitters. You need to stand on your square. You can't be in his rooms. Like, what the fuck? He's gonna turn on you one day, Bree.
Hey, he's scared of me. He kicked me out, man. They kicked me out.
What did you say when you got in there?
I said, you better not be fucking with my peoples. He said, who was your people? I said, Pepe. And he kicked me out.
Didn't I tell you Ed would be back the minute Cena came back? Who's Ed, Cena?
He was over there too.
Yeah,
when they let me up, they let him up too. Yeah. So he probably a part of their shit. Probably part of their shit. But he cool. Let him stay. He ain't said nothing. He did nothing.
Yeah, it's all right. I was just wondering.
Look, we gotta slaughter the tribe. We gotta leave one alive to go back and tell them what we did. That's who Ed is.
You know what's funny is that a lot of there's people in here that would be in this audience, but I'm taking his audience and I'm taking that mental midgets, people that would be in this room that would make him happy. I'm making him the content. Oh, the war on drugs. Who did it affect more? Don't care. But I do care that you're lying, JB, and that you're still on this app. You shouldn't be on this app anymore.
I get the argument they're trying to make, but let's face the facts. War on drugs affect a lot of people.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the war on drugs. I want to talk about a baby. He looks like a fucking crack baby, and he has crack baby veneers.
I didn't know he was that. Wow.
Yeah, he's a white trash piece of shit. Yeah, he's so horrible. I mean, he had to sexually assault women. That's like, it's like
that's why he got mad at Mon and mad at you, shit, because he can't never get him. But he wanted,
Never, no.
He got a bad pussy. He got a bad. So I'm like,
But he doesn't buy it. He cons his way into it, unfortunately. And then he threatens it, and sometimes, I don't know. I mean, it's in the news. What can we do?
They some fucking white liberals. I can say they did me right on up. I say, they raised my hand and what's up? I said, no, who the fuck is JB? I said, I'm JB. I said, no, fuck my people. I said, no, people. I said, Pepe, what the fuck? Fuck me. They got me out. Fuck Pepe. No, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. It'd be cool, like if I lived in New York City, I would say like let's go on IJ Live, I just walk up in front of this place, and this would be the funny part. It's like, hey buddy, let's have a talk in person, and then I can just put my arm around his shoulder, and say, hey guys, I can have the phone out. It's like, hey, so let's see if he's gonna say this shit in real life. He wouldn't do it. Like I can already read that weasel is such a fucking.
Yeah, okay, Motosker.
He's not Mr. Tough Guy, but it'd be funny because it'd be an example.
Wasting your
It's
time
like he's
putting that in
something
the
I
chat.
think is so
Maybe
transparent.
you're Dr. Adams or Matt.
Yeah, just fuck with him.
Maybe you're a
So I don't
loser.
go on this app
You
acting
got
like
John
tough
Kittle
guy,
derangement syndrome.
Dude, even compared to like 15 years ago, I'm not the same person. I mean, like you get older, you're not nearly as fucking fast. Like a lot of things I could rely on to like physically defend myself, like that starts to go away, and I'm not somebody who has like. Of course, a lot of the brothers on this app would probably say, like, I got killers in the streets or whatever, but like, no, they don't.
No, stop that.
But you get some guys who flex like that.
But brothers like me, like Tom, we not like that.
No, not you. I'm saying they exist though. Like you get some.
I'm not gonna deny that they exist.
Yeah.
But I got a question for you though, Pepe. Okay, let's get out black man, let's get out the white man. Okay. Word. What I do, I always hear
my fault. Like everything wrong with y'all is because of you. And y'all make no shit about it. So
If you
why
roll
don't
up,
y'all
make sure
do
you come
something
strapped.
about these
Be sure to shoot
fucking
straight.
They're such are they such sneaky people? I mean, we have to do something about it. You know, they're masters at debating and lots of stuff. And so you know, they're very formidable enemy. You know, they're very very quick with it. That's just something you have to deal with. You know, they're natural debaters and arguers.
Vibes you bring down, my opinion. I put you some black problem. It's you look at my ass. I say,
I can't answer either question because I would lose the clubhouse account.
Are you part of the John Kitover derangement syndrome cheerleading squad?
No, I'm just kidding.
This is about a moron in Phoenix, Arizona with brain damage from being a boxer. He's a racist, bigot, white supremacist midget fraud. And I think he's funny. I like him. I think he's funny. But the point is, you know, we're here to roast him, and we're not here to be nice about it. We're here to cook. Pepe is, you know, if we were to, I'd have to look up the recipes for chicken frog, but what I'm trying to say is, I don't need to look up the recipes because Pepe will cook himself. He's self-roasting. Here we go.
Oh, because he's a piece of shit. He's a sugar. And he's a liar. He's causing drama. So
also, everything that Pepe says is projection.
I'm the captain now.
Everything.
I feel like, you know, the other day I was talking shit, I was a little drunk. But now I go into the room, he said, Canada Poll who did the war on drugs affect the most? He's getting into like these like retarded like conversations that I feel like the super pro-black people are always in on. It's so fucking weird. Like I get he's a New York wigger and whatnot, but
no, he's a
black person kiss ass.
He's an ignorant. He's a wannabe.
That is you,
wannabe Italian. No, he's been lying this whole time, saying he was an Italian. I mean, he has zero Italian relatives. He's 100% Polak and it looks like probably part English. He's 0%.
The most MAGA person on Clubhouse turns out to be Monica.
100%
Monica is the biggest fucking MAGA.
It was like he's a fuck up with a criminal record.
Bigger than Anne, bigger than ever. And Anne and her had a falling out, so it's like, what does it tell you? It's like, even if you're unified as president or politics, you can still have a personal falling out because you yourself are too emotionally toward the side.
You know, he can act like a fucking tough guy, and like, you know, he grew up in those streets.
Say I have the same problem,
and he's just
I don't know if people attack me, I attack back.
Okay, and why would you want to work as one of those fat gays?
Somebody libels or something.
Those guys are, I make fun of those people, most white people. But, you know, you're such a low-life piece of shit that you think
anybody can quickly
those
find
fat
it.
gays are cool.
The fact that I record everything that I listen to, if you're finding me, I'm recording
some pot-bellied, fat fucking gay, balding on the top of my fucking head, fucking slob eating pasta, doing whatever, watching, you know, sports
you're already on
TV,
legal notice, so just screenshot this and send it to my law firm. We know exactly where you live,
and
we're
just
ready to serve
being,
you
you know,
on
just a fat, greasy wop. I mean, I would rather be one of those people than be him any day of the week. At least they have a place to call home. At least they probably, you know, the difference also is even like, let's just say they were in the mafia. Now my grandfather, he said there's no gays in my family. Now, both my grandmother and my grandfather on my dad's side grew up in North End of Boston, which was primarily Italian. The French Canadians didn't have like a part of town in Boston, but you had the Irish in the South. Now, it was like, you know, you knew there were like, yes, there was obviously like they had their gang, their mafia bullshit, but it never really
you know what?
affected just
If
everything.
it ends live, my chats are going to be a part of this video.
In Providence, Rhode Island, when my grandfather, for his boss, like he was a gambler, he would have to like walk like with a box full of cash. I guess he's, you know, I guess he would either lose or win bets. But
every little
Providence,
big
like, he
word you
could
put
walk
in
down
there.
the street
Because you're
before this was
stupid.
illegal.
I'm trying to help you.
And like nobody
You'll see.
fucked with it.
I'm sure you'll
Like,
look.
ever.
It's smart.
Probably,
Maybe it's
obviously
stupid, I don't
you're
know.
fucking with
Maybe
the
you'll say more
mafia's
stupid
business
shit.
at that point.
Get
And
yourself
like,
in trouble
you're
saying
gonna wish the
shit on
cops
the
caught
internet.
you and not, well, even then they'd fuck you up in jail. So you can't really get away from it. But, moral of the story is that, like, if you kind of, like, just not involved in their life, you don't really, they weren't that, you didn't really have to worry about them. No, I understand. They did, like, extort legitimate business owners and that kind of shit. I don't try to make these fat blocks to be, like, saints or anything. But, what you could, you see, somebody like Jay Bresca, being the sleazy piece of shit he is, he knows that if he would have done that to one of their fucking daughters or a girl in the fucking neighborhood even, those gays would have taken that skinny fucking Pollock, they would have beat him within an inch of his life if they decided to spare him.
I'm running for Congress. What you just did is libel and slander. Now I've screenshotted it and
Look at
recorded
him
it.
for the fucking
Now we
loser
will be
he is.
suing you.
He's
So
a lowlife.
good job on that. Is that how you spend your
have to think
Saturday
about it
nights
too.
usually?
Like, how
Get
could-
yourself in trouble? Well,
If you were to, and this is just gangs in general, like even with whites, outlaw motorcycle clubs are generally going to be something I would say probably the most prominent with whites. I mean, you have to be a the fuck do you call it prospect for like I don't know a year or two, and if they're going to test you, they're going to test your character. A fucking sleazebag like him, he can't do that. I mean, he'll never pass muster for any group, that, especially one where you have to really rely on him not only fuck you over, but snitch or steal from you. Or set you up, and this guy's a weasel. Nobody wants to be around people like him.
Hey, sorry, I can't talk here in a minute. I need to go clean off my driveway and
Go do it.
stuff. Yeah, I will just a second. I just wanted to say, Mon, I just heard the audio clips of JB talking about you. They're disgusting. They're literally disgusting. Like I just now, a week later, have listened to everything, and I'm questioning what did you ever do to deserve to be talked about like that? And I'm sorry you have to catch a stray like that.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, what did he say about what?
He's
What'd he
mad
say?
at Pepe, so I guess he
Hold on. What'd he
go
say?
after me for payback.
Well, it's not good, and I don't want to play the clip because I don't want Mon to be triggered and upset over again. And
You know what? I don't like you now for bringing that shit up.
No, KK is good. No, KK is good. Stop.
I love your loyalty, Sino. I love that. That's right. You protect Mon. I'm just saying, it was worse than what people had told me.
What happened? What did he say?
Well, I'm not going to play the clip because it's about Mon unless Mon says it's okay, but it's really...
No, because
What do you think you was talking to KK like that, though?
Just send me the clip.
Yeah, you can send it to Pepe, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, bro. Stop talking to me, bro. I don't know who you think you are, bro.
Sino, you're cool. Guys, you guys are cool. Stop.
Everyone calm down. Sino, you're being very protective of Mon. Mike is being very protective of me. We're all together. We're fine and everything's great. I'll send it to you, Pepe, but he called Mon a self-hating black woman in one sense, and that she was
75-year-old whore or bitch.
she was irrelevant and whatnot. Yeah, he did. I'm gonna go on. Stop. I don't want to misquote
but I'll just send it to you, Pepe.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say, Mon, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anybody in chat, get me back in that room. If y'all can get me back in that room, I'm gonna go fuck him up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, this big mouth, he's just such a dumbass. Like, he likes to say, you know, Pepe, when you have these conversations, I swear to God, in real life, you never say the kind of things you say. You never say the kind of... Well, you know, I don't go up to black people, like, oh, hey, black people, I know you're a church, yeah, that's cool and all, yes, amen, Lord Jesus, hey guys, do you want to talk about black crime? Amazing, right? Yeah, let's talk about it. Or go to their chicken and waffles restaurant, or whatever the fuck they like to go, and be like, hey, I know, oh, amazing, great drink, love it, hey, do you guys want to have a question? Yeah, or have a debate? They're gonna be like, leave me alone, fuck you. But then people come online to have, like, the controversial conversations, and that's, in reality, that's where, like, even you black people, diaspora war stuff that, like, I think happens online way more than it does in person. Like, do you guys stop other black people and ask them, like...
No, they don't.
Of course they don't. And do you think, like, we like white people say, like, oh, hey, are you liberal? Are you? Like, no, we don't.
Yeah. I think y'all do that.
No, they don't. Why would you think that shit, man? You sound dumb as hell. Why? Why would you think?
I know plenty of white people.
Well, yeah, but those white people, they will, like, go and, like, I used to, like, 2020, I'd wear, like, it's okay to be white shirt when I go to the store, and then I'd have, like, a Trump hat on, like, Make America Great Again, and I'm telling you, like, I was boxing up to that point, and I'm at the fucking store, I'm like, I wish a motherfucker would. Just like, go ahead, test me, bitch. Fucking test me. Go ahead. And then, you know, oh, you're bigger than me? Amazing. That means you're like, gonna be an easy victim. Actually, don't take the victim part out. I worded that wrong. I wasn't carrying a gun or anything like that, but... The thing is, though, is just like...
Yeah, but you gotta be careful, because you might be in one of these fucking liberal states.
No, I'm in a red state. Oh, I'm in a red state. So, I mean, if you're like a bigger guy and thought you were gonna beat my... At that time, I was still, like, had it in me, you know, where it's like, oh, okay, go ahead, swing on me, bro. Like, see how this fucking plays out. But, you know, it's also like I was bored. I was like inside all the fucking time all of a sudden, and all of this extreme like polarization on the media. You know, yeah, I was just waiting for a motherfucker to do something. But the only thing that ever happened, not one person called me out wearing, and I did this dozens of times. It's okay to be white. Red MAGA hat. And you know the only thing that happened is people would say, yo, from like even far away to be like, bro, and then they'd give a thumbs up, or like cashiers would be like, dude, I like your shirt.
I just had an epiphany. Hold on, brother. I just had an epiphany. Maybe more of these liberal states, like Chicago, we should have more concealed carry around. Maybe these motherfuckers wouldn't act up the way they act up. If you know a motherfucker is holding, you ain't gonna try him.
Obviously.
Oh, I just had a epiphany. You know what? You're right, Pepe. You're right.
Obviously.
He should be able.
Where you located? Sitting on Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm on the south side. What, you trying to threaten me or something?
No, I was just trying to see where you located. We can link up, though.
You hear that shit?
You gonna do something to me?
No, we can politic though. If you want something done, you my nigga, we can politic though.
Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me, man. And if you do, brother, guess what? I'm gonna call the police. You gonna boys get away about some shit I say on
this. I'm gonna meet up. You guys are gonna slap sacks together, and then everything will be all.
Hell no, he from the rack. I just wanna talk.
Okay, there's no, guys, there's not going to be black on black violence in here. Okay, look, guys, I've been making a concerted effort not to have black on black violence or white on black violence. This is white on white. No. We are going to war with the predator, a retard, a narcissist, a con artist, a faker.
Oh, wait, brother.
That's what we're doing. And he's white.
Brother, why do you want to do something to me, brother? What did I say that you don't like, brother?
No, brother, we good, gang. I'm just trying to figure out. I ain't never seen you in the room before, nothing like that. So you feel me? I'm just trying to figure out what it is for you.
Is he getting arrested?
You never heard about Sino?
He's newer. Mike's newer here. Like he came in. He started coming in here like way after because we haven't seen you in months. He's not. That's all. He's a nice guy, just like we like you, Sino. He's a nice guy so far.
Oh, okay. Well, brother.
Man, we both so protected, brother. We cool. I just ain't like how you came back kicking. You feel me?
No, I love Mon. I love Pepe. I love they my peoples. But
yeah.
Don't threaten me, brother. Just because I'm nice smoking.
No, you guys are cool. You guys are cool. Don't even worry about it.
Don't look.
Bro, this conversation's too personal. It's not.
No, we good, nigga. He from the rack. I know how the rack get down. You know how I get down. Shit, we from the same city. Yeah, we don't gotta say.
Take it somewhere else.
Yeah, you guys are cool.
But look, brother. Let these white people beef. I've been enjoying Pepe beefing with another white man. I've been back here.
Yeah, get out of the way. Let the whites.
Yeah, us whites. The blacks are welcome. And you can join us in our fight against this disgusting Peckerwood JB.
Fuck JB, man.
Fuck JB. On site anytime. Fuck that old. There's so many things I wish would happen to him, which I got an account clip for saying them, so I'm not going to say them. But he's just imagine what one of those women had to go through. They're terrified. They're being held hostage. And these gross, disgusting men, imagine like 60 of them over the course of 2 days.
He's not doing
Hold on, BB, sure. But 60 of them, so that I guess like 30 a day. I mean, goddamn, that is like, if you're up for 15 hours, it's like 2 an hour. I mean, I'm not a woman, but I don't even know like how your vagina deals with that. But they're terrified because they're saying like, you do anything like, I'm gonna tell everybody you're a fucking whore and that you're a prostitute and he's doing all that shit. I mean, just imagine. And you can look, and this is after he was already on probation for stealing $200,000 from somebody else. But just imagine how terrifying it was for these women. And then that same cocksucker told you to suck his dick, allegedly. What? He did a play deal, so.
I don't even think that's like alleged. Like he's not convicted of it, but it doesn't appear to be a disputed fact of the case. It's posted in the news, and if the news were misrepresenting that, he could sue them for that. Just because he's not convicted doesn't mean it's an allegation anymore.
They can't sue him if it's in the police report. So, if a newspaper repeats what's in a police report, they can't be sued. They're just reporting facts at that point. So, no, they can go with it. But when it comes to what he did to these women, like, and this is where I think a lot of people, they kind of overlook it, and they like to say like, oh, well, the past is the past. But I want you to ask yourself, was there ever any point as an American, I get it, there's some things that could go on in a very poor third world country where you literally have gangs rule, like El Salvador, 8 years ago. But I'm talking about in America. Is there anything that would make you go out of your way and do that to women? I do not think. Yeah, but even if you didn't, just like make them.
He didn't.
Well, hold on a second, but like coerce. Sure, but coerce them. Basically say, you're gonna sit in this fucking hotel room. My Johns are gonna come through. They're gonna screw you, and you're not gonna, you're not gonna say a fucking thing or I'll ruin your life. What would drive somebody to do that? Normal people don't go there.
Keep in mind that he anal rape as a child.
Well, yeah, most of us don't buy that. We think he's just suing them for money, to be honest.
Well, it looks like he got it because that house is in his name.
No, he doesn't have a house. He's renting. It was like $1,600 a month. I think it went up to just over $2,000.
In that neighborhood, no fucking way.
In Brooklyn, yeah. Well, Brooklyn's very expensive.
Okay, enough, Pepe.
No, you didn't delete it, but I filmed it and I posted it as a libel slander defamation.
No, nothing.
So
In other
thanks for
words,
the content.
he was acting like
See,
he owned a house.
Kanye
He's a
caught me.
renter.
If you can't be used,
We know
you're
that for a
useless.
fact.
So thanks for the drama.
He's
It's on
renting,
YouTube
and
now. Congratulations.
he's renting like
Still
a
stupid.
very, very
Still a moron.
cheap
But
place
here
in
you are,
Brooklyn.
Chad,
And
weekend
the reason I pointed that out,
This is the Pepe show.
yeah, no, and that's not the reason why I bring this up. It's because, as he likes to say, I have a fat cock. I have a God damn it, BB. He has a fat cock, a fat wallet, and a fat ego. Bitch, you don't have a fat wallet, obviously. When you say fat wallet, that means, like, in my experience, meaning a fat wallet means you're at the minimum upper middle class. At a minimum. You're not middle class. You know, you're not somebody who can own a home. It means having a fat wallet is bigger than but he's literally somebody living off of government assistance in a place that he does not own, and where the rent is a lot cheaper than other areas of Brooklyn. He's like legitimately. His wallet is thin. And here's the thing, I don't have a lot of money, and I don't. The thing is, all of you guys that say like Pippin's just all crazy shit, you have these controversial conversations. None of you can say that I tried to be anybody's fucking guru. I did not say I have the fucking answers for anything in life. In fact, what is the purpose of life? I still don't fucking know. At this point in time, nobody can give me a satisfactory answer, but I don't like to have these metaphysical conversations in my fucking rooms. I don't fucking know. When it comes to getting rich, I don't know. I was never fucking rich. I'm not the guy to ask. When it comes to legal advice, I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm sorry. When it comes to finance, yeah, fuck all about that. I mean, I can't help you there. You know, I'm somebody who's controversial.
Listen, outside of Israel,
but I don't come off as somebody with authority. But what I am good at is the things that I do debate. I'm relatively well researched on, and I've discussed them many, a lot of times over. And so I can hold my own debating these topics.
Yeah,
I know when to bow out. I know when to not even fucking engage.
I love how America does this.
Now, a lot of these fucking retards on here, you had all of these, like in 2020, how many of these people were fucking self-help gurus or life coaches or whatever gay fucking shit? These are con men. These people, oh shit. Oh my god. These people were, I mean, they're predatory. I don't know. But the one thing you guys can say about me is that you call me horrible because I my views are abhorrent. Fine, that's a value judgment. I'm not going to say I can't disagree with you. You can say I've said racist shit, amazing. I have. You can say I'm controversial. Yep. I own all of that shit. But, I don't know, fraudster, that doesn't, I'm somebody who likes to, I obviously keep a barrier between my personal life and my real my online life on here, which effectively means I can't make money off of what I'm doing. So I'm not a grifter. Long story short.
I believe that you're in support of that, but not to be able to talk to you about it. That's material just for a few
So give $10 right now to elect candidate Kitover to the 16th district of Illinois.
When I think about white guys that speak the truth, first name that popped my head is Pepe. That's what I'm telling you. You and Tommy need to do. Y'all need to do something, man. Because I get it. You know what? You ain't afraid to say. Yeah, the Jews kicking y'all ass just like the white man kicking the black man.
Kitover to the 16th.
And then you're like, I'm just thinking it's because I'm not white. What's wrong? Okay,
What's American? These mixed terms. Can you go forward? Try to write these things terminology sounds like.
I don't want to make this about it because the thing is though is that if I was to change it to like such a controversial conversation, which I do have views that
or $10 or $200 or $500.
A lot of people that on the far right, the far right is kind of mixed bag, but you do have some of them that are like definitely do not like. They have a lot to say about Jews.
Yep.
I would say I disagree with most of what they say, but not all of it.
But they sound like look. Pepper.
But when it comes to the kosher right, which I would call them, and some of them even venture into the far right, I think they're also. I'm not for the kosher right, which is I won't even get into that label.
Pepper, they sound just like the FBAs. The FBAs blame white man for everything, and your far right extremists, they blame the Jews for everything.
Well, yeah, there is this level of So even like people like Richard Spencer, I think I talked to him a couple of months ago. I talked to him more frequently. He there is something that a lot of the people, the alt-right doesn't exist anymore, but people on the far right, a lot of white people seem to be really in denial about this, but like white people are their own worst enemy. And white people absolutely have problems to fix first. Now, when it comes to, do I think that, let's just look at Zionists, for example. Do I think that they put themselves in a position to like really,
to win,
to propagate, they're nationalist, like, sure, but they're like, yeah, their nationalist agenda.
But do you
absolutely
control? Pepe, do you think the Jews control everything?
No,
I don't think it.
They controlled. They can largely. I mean, they say it's an anti-Semitic trope, but they did control sectors, like absolutely.
Hollywood, Disneyland, and the music industry. Yes,
I would say Hollywood. Well, I mean, you can make an argument for advertising. You can make an argument just for media in general.
Okay.
In the 1970s, it was like over 70% of the media was owned or controlled by the Jews, and
so everything, the Jews own everything.
No. Depends on. I would say when it comes to influence, one of the precarious positions they put themselves in is that when it comes to positions of influence, they've absolutely dominated. And I think a lot of that was. They kind of, which is natural.
Give $10 right.
They wanted to influence Americans in a way that would make them feel the safest and to be pro-Israel, of course.
There's a group of people that know they small in numbers. They say, hey, we got to infiltrate this system and this culture and influence these goofy ass and dumb ass Americans to do our will. Who's at fault?
Well, both parties, but I would say.
Oh, just say the Americans.
But I would say this: there's a lot of. See, I don't dislike Jewish people, but when it comes to groups, like I look at groups and individuals differently. I don't think Jews, even as a whole, are like a threatening force. However, I do think they're like highly capable and talented, and so they can punch way above their weight.
I agree with
when it comes to people like, well, sure, but hold on. When it comes to people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro, I'm just going to be realistic with you, this is where I do judge based on their ethnicity. As soon as see that you're Jewish, I am automatically going to see what angle you're going to have. Well, no, I mean, but you have to. Just like if you're a Mormon, I absolutely have to do the same thing. I know what the Mormon stances are. Now, if I get a quote unquote progressive Mormon, I'm going to say, what is his angle? Because there are things in the Mormon church that are absolutely not tolerated.
Yeah, not tolerated.
And so I want to see, how are you progressive? And so I want to see, what is your, when it comes to, even like on Twitter or X, I get all of these, you have all of these astroturfed accounts where it's like America first. And they have like an Israeli flag and an American flag and some Jewess that's attractive in her 20s. And I'm just thinking like, no, fuck off. No, I mean, like I'm not buying that shit.
They're not going to be like the Rand Paul. No one's going to back Rand Paul. I'm not saying the guy's bad.
I wouldn't say they're in control. The thing is though, is that even I forget who's the stupid bitch that got hired by. So basically, what is it? TikTok. What ended up getting that? They've been trying to. TikTok was sure. Yes, but if you look at TikTok, they were, for years, people were saying how, like, this is, like, looks like it could be used for, like, infiltration in the United States when it comes to data collection and even influencing our population. It was China as a hostile country, at least as a nation. Okay, years of talking about this, but, you know, Mitt Romney, others, and by the way, that legislation that was passed by both houses was actually written by a group of Jews. And they were prominent Jews. Yeah, that got TikTok banned. And they ended up, the reason why is because they could not control the narrative on TikTok. Now, the thing you have to understand is that Palestinian side that you see, they are heavily, the amount of foreign propaganda that goes into it is fucking insane. I mean, you can't believe anything that comes out of the pro-Palestine side. Like, they're the biggest fucking liars. And they're like, well, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe this story? Because you guys I mean, you cry wolf. And if I find it false 8 out of 10 times, why the fuck am I going to believe this one might be one of the true ones?
When they said the babies were being killed, and then found out the babies weren't being killed. Like, that hurt my feelings.
Well, there were babies killed.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Look, so I'll tell you this. There's footage that's available to the public that show dead babies. Now, what you didn't get to see... hold on a second. What you didn't get to see, and I do know one person that actually saw the footage, who's in Canada. Basically, certain government officials, different media organizations, they could view a much more graphic and disgusting version that nobody wanted it to be released to the public because of just how graphic, and it is absolutely horrifying, you know, from what I've heard.
So wait a minute.
But you see you literally see the half-dead people still alive, the children screaming and crying, and you know, even John Spencer, who he was somebody who has a lot of experience in warfare. He's considered an expert in urban warfare. He was saying how what was very odd about it is that you saw these children screaming and crying that were very injured. Their relatives were dead, and they were just like smiling, laughing, going on business as usual, which he found very odd. You have to understand, he's a person who saw this in real life. He's a person who's gauging the behavior based on like what he's seen with the professional military.
I'm saying, Pepe, you're making my point. I'm saying Gaza shouldn't be going through what they're going through. I'm saying Israel is going too far.
That may be the case. But you numbers when it comes to Gaza.
You find it weird that the so-called baby or babies that have been killed, 40 decapitated babies and one in the oven, yet we haven't seen a single picture of any of those decapitated babies. And the baby that was...
They don't release that shit to the
public. Hold on, let me finish. Then the baby that allegedly was put into the oven, and they also turned the oven on, right? So they burned the baby. It turned out to be a puppy. There was an AI picture. It turned out to be a small dog sitting in its basket. Turned out to be AI picture.
All right, I don't know where
this is 100%.
I have to look at it. I have to look at it to verify that it's a quote-unquote 100% facts. And I'm just like, this is why I didn't want to go down this road. Like, I know normally I like having these conversations more.
Okay, respectfully, we're almost 23 months in since October the 7th, and you still have to look into something that sort of everybody that has done like 59 seconds of research knows. There were no decapitated babies, there was no baby in the oven, but then you're screaming from the top of your lungs like, yeah, they killed babies.
They did. There was one. There was definitely a baby they killed. That one was available to the public.
Okay, hold on. How many, Chino, 1 second. How many babies or minors then I should say, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you the question. How many children, minors, babies included, have been killed since the 14th of May, 1948, all the way to the 6th of October, 2023?
No idea.
Tens of thousands.
One baby, one baby is too much, sir. How about that? One baby being killed by fucking bombs is too much, sir. It's too much. One baby. I don't give a fuck if it was 3 babies. No baby should be killed by bombs. What the fuck are you talking about? I live in America, sir. In America, we don't have to do that shit. Okay?
I agree. I agree, but guys, I don't want to talk about like Jews and Israel and like whatever shit. Like, I understand so many people consider Zionists. I believe Israel should exist and they have the right to defend themselves. Like, I definitely think that when it comes to human rights abuses or human rights in general, they are, and here's the weird thing is people will say it's anti-Semitic to bitch about Israel. No, it's not. I'm sorry. But when we have wars in America, you have anti-war protesters everywhere. They call our, whoever the president is at the time, a horrible person. They're committing war crimes. They're yada yada yada. No, it's not anti-Semitic. It's par for the course. You guys, if anything, Jews, especially when it comes to these leftist anti-war people, they look at Jews as a bunch of fucking white people, and they're holding your feet to the fire, just like they hold us white Gentiles' feet to the fucking fire in our Western empires. You guys are no fucking different. They don't believe that. They don't buy any of your rhetoric. And I do think a lot of the pro-Zionist rhetoric is absolute garbage. And I've like pushed back against it. And people at first are like, "Oh my God, are you an anti-Semite?" No. Like, I don't believe in the shit that was being said under George Bush. We're spreading freedom and democracy. And fuck off. He was a piece of shit. What? I mean, was that anti-American for me to go against what Bush said? Even if you look at the veterans of the global war on terror, it's incredibly unpopular. Like, so much of it was unnecessary. Go into Afghanistan, take out the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, kill or capture, Osama bin Laden. Iraq, there's no reason for us to go in there. That's that. I mean, that's it. Trillions of dollars saved. 100 million, whatever fucking people would have not lost their lives. Or how many, it's not 100 million. How many million? Was it a million, I believe? I don't know why I went with 100 million. It was a million. 1 million people lost their lives in, I believe, in the war in Iraq. And of course, we have what the veterans have had to experience, and that have lost their lives. And I'm not. And this is a lot of this is. Just looking at what ended up happening at the global war on terror is you had a lot of these guys that were like special forces and stuff, and then they get out of the military. It's like, what do you do? I know Green Berets are different from Navy SEALs. They're not as much commandos. They train and, for foreign people, build alliances and all of that shit. And then you have, long story short, you have these people. They've been doing one thing for, over a decade. They come out and then like a lot of them become podcaster bros. And I would listen to some of them because like, I don't have experience, let alone in the military, but doing the shit you guys did, like, okay, what do we do in the military? And